Evo, pričali smo malo pre, ti si jedan od retkih koji se drugi put pojavljaju kod nas u podcastu, zato što ima toliko ljudi s kojima želim da razgovaram i onda ne praktikujem da dovodim određeni ljudi često, sem kada ne računam ove jubilarne, kada slavimo nešto, ali danas je zapravo jedna izuzetna tema koju si mi zapravo i ti nabacio, pa bih voleo da počnemo odmah sa time. Zašto si ovde, u kojem svojstvu i koja je to tema, da nam objasniš malo, da nam daš kontekst?
Pa da, prvo hvala ti na pozivu i eto, čast i zadovoljstvo biti drugi put kod tebe u emisiji i kada sam te zvao da ti predložim ovu temu, to sam uradio upravo zbog toga što, ne znam, možda je čak bilo i sebično, sam ja lično fasciniran pričom ljudi koji će danas gostovati kod tebe i koji su meni lično pomogli da kroz svoj posao zapravo mnogo bolje razumem iz jedne drugačije perspektive nešto što bi prosječan građanin Srbije i što već prosječan građanin Srbije percipira na potpuno drugi način. Tako da...
Ajde samo pre nego što nastaviš, za one koji zapravo te nisu slušali u prethodnoj, kada si ti bio gost, linkovat ćemo epizodu kada si ti bio, ali samo reci čime se ti baviš zapravo. Ko si ti? To.
Da, ja sam Nikola Kovačević, po zanimanju pravnik. I već 10 godina, malo više od toga, zastupam ljude u postupku azila. Odnosno, moj posao i moja velika strast jeste da radim sa tražiocima azila u Srbiji i da ih u tom postupku u kome oni dokazuju da im se u zemlji porekla desilo nešto strašno i zbog toga treba da dobiju zaštitu u našoj državi. Ja im pomažem. Tako da pre nekoliko meseci, to je pre neki 7-8 meseci, postepeno sam upoznavao jednu na izgled grupu običajnih ljudi sa Kube koji tvrde neke opšte stvari koje bi svaki Kubanac tvrdio, a za koje se zapravo kasnije ispostavilo da su bili u samom vrhu pokreta i društvenih promjena koje su se za malo desile na Kubi 11. aprila 2021. godine. 11. jula 2020. Tako je, prve godine. To je zapravo jedna grupa revolucionara, disidenata, koja je zbog nekih istorijskih veza koje je još bivša Jugoslavija imala sa Kubom doletela ovde bezvizno, pronašla mene, pa sam ja pronašao njih i odlučila da zatraži azil. Nakon što sam ih upoznao, odvojeno u potpunosti, shvatio sam da između njih postoji jedna vrlo jaka veza i da je svaki od njih trojice zapravo osoba koja je pandan možda čak i nekim ljudima koji su možemo da dovedemo u vezu sa onim ljudima iz otpora. 5. oktobra 2000. godine koji su u zadnjih nekoliko godina zaista napravili ozbiljne probleme režimu Raula Castra sada i koji sa sobom nose neverovatne priče koje su meni pomogle da do kraja razbijem, barem u svojoj glavi, taj mit o Kubi kao zemlji u koju, ne znam, venčuje se dvoje mladih, pa ajmo na medeni mesec na Kubu, salsa, kubanske cigare, rum, predivni, vedri ljudi. Zapravo potpuno je priča drugačija i prava istina o Kubi i o stanju na Kubi i o položaju 95% građana koji tamo žive, bez obzira da li se oni osjećaju za ili protiv režima, je do te mere teška i ova tri divna čoveka koje su danas u tvom studiju su meni pomogla da skroz razbijem taj mit o Kubi i da na neki način poželim da se njihova priča čuje dalje, ne samo zato što mislim da je to interesantno, nego što su oni meni lično i tekako postali velika inspiracija. I zaista zato u njihovim pričama sam pronašao još jedan razlog zašto je ovaj posao kojim se bavim predivan i zašto ti pomaže da rasteš i lično i profesionalno.
U posljednjih godinu dana koliko je Kubanaca došlo u Beograd?
Pa u ovom trenutku, po nekim podacima koje sam ja dobio neformalnim putima, oko 3000 Kubanaca u Srbiji, a koliko ih je došlo i prošlo dalje ka nekim drugim zemljama, meri se u hiljadama. Ono što je specifično za period nakon popuštanja COVID mera na Kubi jeste da je 200.000 Kubanaca samo otišlo u Sjedinjene Američke Države. Znači, direktno su migrirali tamo i da se zapravo, dok mi vodimo ovaj razgovor, u ovom trenutku dešava najveći egzodus Kubanaca u istoriji Kube, koji je uslovljen time da je korona bukvalno razorila već razoren sistem, samo ga je dodatno razotkrila i dovela do toga da ne samo sada disidenti i ljudi koji beže jer ih progone napuštaju Kubu, već tome smo pričali i oni naše prošle emisije, ljudi beže boreći se za goli život, za suvu egzistenciju kako bi mogli sebi da obezbede neki minimum, tako da to samo po sebi već govori koliko ta Kuba, kakva god da je bilo u našoj glavi, uopšte nije tako dobro mesto za Kubance i da je tamo siromaštvo do te mere postalo ekstremno, da ljudi apsolutno biraju da u bilo kom pravcu samo odlete odatle i nađu svoj posao u nekom kafiću, restoranu u Bosni, u Makedoniji, u Beogradu i to je zaista dokaz da se tako nešto dešava.
Da, zapravo ono što je vrlo zanimljivo jeste da oni imaju 3 opcije gde mogu da lete, gde mogu da odu iz Kube, koje su im ostale još iz ono starog tog režima sa kojim su napravili dogovore u vreme Sovjetskog saveza. Mogli su da lete za Moskvu, što je sada nemoguće. Mogli su za vreme Jugoslavije da lete u Jugoslaviju, to je ostalo, dakle Beograd je jedna od destinacija, odnosno Srbija, i treće mesto im Nikaragva, koja je za veliki broj Kubanaca jako skupa da se ode tamo.
Tako je.
I onda oni od te 3 jedine opcije koje imaju, zapravo Beograd je mesto gde sleće najveći broj Kubanaca.
Trenutno je to je jedno od ajde kažemo...
Govorimo o onim običnim Kubancima, oni koji imaju, ne znam šta znači, imaju love ili imaju neke rodbinske veze sa Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama, imaju način da nekako odu tamo, vjerojatno se prvo odlučuju za Sjedinjene Američke Države, ali ovi obični naši neki
kao ti i ja kad bismo morali
kad bismo morali da odemo sa Kube, mi bismo zapravo leteli ovde.
Tako je upravo to i to je ta istorijska zaostavština odnosa komunističkih zemalja iz tog post-45. perioda i zapravo Kuba je poslednje ostrvo nakon pada gvozdene zavese koji dalje održava sistem koji su urušio padom Berlinskog zida i, kako se to kaže, gvozdene zavese. I u suštini kada je jedan od njih, kada je Omar doletao i kada je došao sa svojim koferima kod mene u kancelariju, njima se i dalje na kofere lepe markice Jugoslavian Airlines. Tako da zamisli da zapravo predstavništvo Air Srbije sada verovatno u Havani ili ne znam negde i dalje ima nalepnice na lageru koje stavlja ljudima kada im čekinuje prtljak. I jeste, Beograd jeste jedna od destinacija, moguće otići u Crnu Goru, Makedoniju, znači sve te neke zemlje bivše Jugoslavije, ali u principu najveći broj ljudi se odlučuje da dođe u Srbiju i da na različite načine pokuša da reguliše ovde svoj status. Izbjeglice u postupku azila, a ovi, kako se to kaže, ekonomski migranti da nađu posao i zapravo čak i policijska uprava za grad Beograd, za Novi Sad je vrlo fleksibilna u davanju privremenog boravka po osnovu rada iz prostog razloga i to na neki način vjerojatno govori da smo mi zapravo prvi put postali društvo u kome postoji deficit zaposlenih i u ugostiteljstvu i u verovatno nekim drugim uslugama, tako da eto 3000 Kubanaca danas orbitira Srbijom i odlaze, dolaze.
Zvanično, da.
Zvanično,
prava cifra, ko zna kolika je.
Kinezi, da.
Samo da kažemo još nešto malo o njima trojici pre nego što ih dovedemo ovde. Dakle, čisto neki okvir mali, oni će dalje govoriti o tome. Ko su njih trojica? Kratko.
Njih trojica su politički disidenti, možemo tako da ih nazovemo, koji imaju potpuno različiti background. Jedan od njih, prvi s koga sam upoznao je Omar Torres. On je čovek koji je bio moreplovac, on je čak i video svet i koji je radio za jednu stranu kompaniju koja itekako sarađuje sa Kubom, iako postoji ta percepcija da je sve pod embargom, da nema stranih ulaganja, ima itekako i strane kompanije se lepo okorišćavaju o povoljnu radnu snagu i kapacitete.
To je eufemizam, povoljna radna snaga.
Povoljna, da, tako da ka. Ali svakako, da. I on je čovek koji je iz jednog malog mesta u kome je praktično zbog nepravde koju je doživeo na poslu ušao u sukob sa sistemom i kroz taj sukob praktično sam kao malo ostrvo u moru ljudi koji su istomišljenici, to je jedna mala sredina, počeo da priča protiv vlasti, počeo da intervjuje na YouTube-u, postoje članom PAKO-a, to je jedna opoziciona partija čiji predsjednik David Ferrer već 27 dana, evo danas kako pričamo, ne zna se šta je sa njim, da li je živ ili nije, i ko je zapravo pokrenuo u svom tom malom mestu jedno, ajde kažemo, podigao je malo atmosferu. I ključni moment u njegovoj priči kada su stvari postale prilično ozbiljne, kada je prvi put počeo da razmišlja o tome da pobegne sa Kube, jeste kada je drugi junak današnjih dana, Denis Solis, reper iz jednog geta u Havani, San Isidro, uhapšen zbog svog političkog delovanja I Omar Torres je tada prvi put izašao i odlučio da pruži onako javno na ulici podršku i solidarnost sa njegovim hapšenjem. Znači oni se ne znaju, oni se samo prate kroz tu neko, ajde kažemo, kanale disidentske, ne znaju jedno za drugo, ali su za jedno od drugog bili solidarni, a istog momenta kada je Denis Solis bio uhapšen, kada je organizovan veliki štrajk glađu građana Havane ispred Ministarstva za kulturu, treći junak današnje priče, Fernando Almeida, zapravo čuveni human rights lawyer sa Kube, je odlučio da više ne može da ćuti i da u nekom, ajde kažemo, underground fazonu pruža podršku disidentima, već je tada zapravo istupio i počeo je sa svojim političkim aktivizmom. Tako da su njihove priče, ako se nikada fizički nisu čak ni popričali telefonom, znali su jedni za druge. Znali, jedni drugi su inspirisali. Denis Solis je deo San Isidra. To je jedan kulturni pokret umetnika iz tog malog geta koje je zapravo kroz zašto kulturno-umetničke performanse dovodio u pitanje i pokušao je da na neki način razgoliti korumpiranost sistema koji postoji na Kubi i pored njega tu postoji još nekoliko članova o kojima će on pričati. I zapravo San Isidro, oni su bili idoli generacijama mladih Kubanaca. Oni su bili kao nešto što je, ne znam, kad su naši mladi ovde se borili, što im je bio otpor, na primjer. Znači oni su na neki način motivisali veliki broj ljudi i tako je Fernando kao pravnik upao u celu tu priču, tako da njihove priče su povezane, nikada se nisu upoznali dok nisu došli u Srbiju i zapravo tvoja misija je specifična zbog toga što će prvi put njih trojica fizički da se sretnu kod tebe u studiju i da se pogledaju u oči. Videli su se neizmenično u mojoj kancelariji, ali sva trojica na okupu, nakon svoje disidentske priče, po prvi put sedeći na jednom mestu u Agelastu i kažete još jednom hvala ti, care, što omogućava da se priča ovih divnih ljudi čuju i što mislim da će oni tekako pomoći da se ta jedna, kako da kažem, pogrešna percepcija jedne zemlje koja vjerojatno jeste i lepa, i lepa klima i nudi svašta, da zapravo iza te zavese se krije ljudska patnja i ljudska bol.
Hvala tebi, brate, na poslu koji radiš, što sam ti rekao i prošli put, to vidiš kako jedan tekst, razumeš, može da spoji ljude, zapravo, zato što sam ja pročitao tvoj tekst o Novaku Đokoviću, odnosno o slučaju Novak Đoković, razumeš, koji je zapravo bio podloga da se ispriča priča o izbegličkoj imigrantskoj krizi ovde i način na koji se tretiraju ljudi, pushback praksama na granicama, gejmovima, ali tako, pokušajima prelazaka granica i sve ono što si ti ispričao u epizodi, koje, kažem, još jednom linkovat ćemo, potom smo, skapirali smo se onda na snimanju te epizode i evo sada nastavlja se dalje, odmotava se klupko. Hvala ti puno još jednom, ne bih te zadržavao više, a ne bih ni odugovlačio više da i upoznamo naše sljedeće goste, dakle Omara, Fernanda i Denisa.
Tako je.
Hello guys.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, good.
Okay, let me introduce you. Denis, right? Fernando and Omar. Nikola gave you an introduction, but I would like you to introduce yourselves at the beginning, okay? So, who are we going to start with?
Let's
Fernando?
begin with me. Well, I'm Fernando Rodrigez. I'm a human rights lawyer. And also I was a political activist and human rights activist in Cuba. Enrolled in all these movements that occurred in the last 2-3 years.
Okay.
Given to all the repression and problems that further we talk about, I arrived here in Serbia, seeking a safe place to continue my life and also to continue my activities towards the situation in Cuba, try to help my countrymen. Probably that's enough information for right now.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
30 years old. Okay. Omar?
Yes, my name is Omar Torres Sosa. I'm 35. My profession is a merchant marine.
Okay.
Like a second officer on board the vessel. I was part of the most important organization against the regime in Cuba. The name is Pago, with Jose Daniel Ferrer is our team leader. So this is the most important for right now.
Okay. Where are you from Cuba?
I live in the middle of Cuba, the center. The name is Ciego de Ávila. Yes.
Okay. And you?
I'm from La Habana.
You're from Havana. And Denis?
Yes, my name is Denis Solis. I was born in Cuba, or Havana, in the hood San Isidro.
Okay.
And I belong to the San Isidro movement. My activity is to sing against the government because I'm a contestant rap singer against the regime from our country, So before belonging to Sunny Zero movements, I used to belong to several groups since 2011.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. That would be enough for the beginning. And before we tell your story, and before you tell your personal stories and the whole situation in Cuba last 2 years, we have two most important dates. Is the 27th of November on 2020, right? Mm-hmm. And then the 11th of July of 2021. Soon, I'm hopingly this episode is gonna air on the anniversary of 11th of July of 2021.
Thank you so much.
But before we jump into the recent events, I would like to give a broader picture of Cuba and Cuban regime and the way you lived your life over many generations since 1959. Because I really think it's important for people to know. Because preconceived, notion about Cuba is very, very different than the reality, right? So, what is the reality and what is fantasy about Cuba?
Well, that's the $1 million question. All this that we got right now in Cuba, it's a product of what we call the Cuban Revolution of the 59th. And the question how this happened, why it happened, a revolution, has a direct relationship with the past dictatorship that we had. In 1952, the 10th of March, coup d'etat occurred, taken by a person called Batista, the General Batista, who seized the power, overthrew democracy, and started a dictatorship in Cuba. All the Cubans were really, really pissed off with that, because though the country was prosperous, and this is an important thing to a point, it was prosperous, it was a great development of services, tourism was growing there, it was competing actually with the United States in services offering. There was a lot of consumption items, there was a good development of agriculture, cattle raising, so it was a country was rising up, and Batista seized the power, corrupted even more than it was before because it was not a perfect republic. And the problem is that he became the country in a place in which it used to look attractive from the outside, but inside it was bloodshedding all the time, it was persecution, it was a political secret police, and the social society just could not stand that, so they started to face him. Fidel Castro was one of the persons who faced up Batista. He attempted to seize a military cartel, tried to overthrow the power. In the end, he failed, but there was a lot of movements over there. So eventually, the revolutions occurs when a lot of groups enter in a war, kind of a civil war against Batista, which had a front in the jungles, let's say like that, the jungles taken by the movement. 27th of July, the rebel army. 26th of July, sorry, and the rebel army and stuff. But there was a fight in the cities, there was a civic fight, there was demonstrations, there were gunfire. There was all this movement, and also a lot of support from the Cuban diaspora. And the project of this revolution was not to take control and make a state, socialist state. It was the restoration of a very important constitution for history, which is the 1940s constitution, which is the most democratic product that we have, and it's really acknowledged in the world as one of the examples of the social movement constitutionalism. So this was the idea. Okay, let's kick out Batista, let's restore democracy, let's restore the republic, and in the meantime, let's try to fix all the problems that get us here to have a dictatorship. That was the project. That was what Fidel Castro stated in all his public interventions. So eventually, when they seized power, one of the things that Fidel Castro did was, okay, let's going to restore everything. He had a hearing in the United States with a lot of press in which he was somehow accused that, are you communists? He said, no, we're not communism. We're green, like the palms in Cuba. We don't have nothing to do with that. We're going to restore the republic, blah, blah, blah. But in the meantime, Fidel Castro did something really clever. He dissolved the army. It was committed, corrupted by Batista. Nobody said nothing against that because it was a natural thing to do. But he put the rebel army, which he was commanded, as the force to guarantee order and peace inside the nation. And that's where the nightmare began. Slowly by slowly, Fidel Castro started casting out, imprisoned, killed, or expelling from the country to anyone who would be like a figure who would make any competence to him, to any intellectual who said anything against something he wouldn't like it, and start to become the prime figure. Actually, when he entered, he was prime minister, but he was not president. But in the meantime, he was kicking out of these 2 presidents that he got. He was becoming the main figure, and it was like cleaning any kind of ideological resistance. At the same time, he made a pact with one of the groups who were backing up this revolution, this overthrowing of the dictatorship. There was the Socialist Party, which enrolled in the end of the fight. Nevertheless, they have a part. But they start to be the leading voice in all the process that were happening in Cuba. At first, we didn't have a party, a communist party. We have the United Organizations, like a party of many parties that were enrolling to make something different. Then it became the Revolutionary Socialist Party of Cuba. And then only in 1965, like 6 years after the revolution, the beginning of the revolution, it was the Communist Party. In all this period, he started changing everything. He managed to dissolve the liberties, the academic liberties in the universities. He managed to dissolve the essence itself of the Constitution of the 40. He destroyed the constitutional system. He created a lot of what they called revolutionary courts, in which, without any proof, with a lot of people in a public plaza, there was a lot of people being shot, but a way of execution to execute all the were commit crimes against the Cubans. But there weren't enough proofs. Many people there were actually guilty of tortures and bad things. But there are a lot who just were people who didn't think like Castro's. So it was a quick way to get rid of this. And this created a lot of problems. In this first 10 years of Cuba, there was a civil war. Nobody talks about that because they create an idea that was a fight against bandits and robbers. That's what they call it, but it was a civil war. There's this idea of the intervention in October of 1962, I remember, Playa Girón, that they say they actually defeated United States invasion. There wasn't a United States invasion. There was an invasion from Cubans that discovered that Castro was trying to seize control over all chances.
So there was no United States intervention?
There was no United States. If there were been an United States intervention, it wouldn't end up like it ended. It was 3 years fighting, but there was no intervention of military North American weapons over there. They actually had some weaponry and equipment assassin provided from the United States and so on, but there were Cubans that wanted to fight for avoiding what was going to happen to Cuba. So for the rest of the people, it didn't feel like that. It feels like a big change, like the French Revolution, but in Cuban version. But what Fidel Castro did was to try to seize this impulse and began to change words. Like there was no talking about government. Government became state. State became party. Party became revolution. And revolution became people. And people eventually become equal to Fidel.
Okay.
So he started projects of doctrination, and at the same time, he opened even concentration camps for dissidents, for people, believers of the Catholic Church or of the churches, for homosexuals, in which they were there to enforce labors until they re-educate themselves into the revolution. Cuba was mobilized, and at the same time, they destroyed public records of people, names. They kind of erased any kind of trace, and they started the indoctrination programs, which embodied kids, adolescents, and mobilizing society. So one part of the people were like in this wave of excitement. Oh, something new has happened. We're going to have, and they found that they had problems, but it was all right because there was an enemy invented. The enemy was the United States. That was really pissed off with Cuban position. All the Americans organizations were really pissed off with what's going on with Cuba, because Cuba was like looking really interesting. The idea of Moscow. That was also Fidel Castro. So eventually, it happened what everyone feared. The word declaration of Cuba is socialist.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, in 1965, there was created this Communist Party. At that time, the moderate part of the revolution forces was swept, was destroyed. He had almost complete control. So it only lasts to consolidate that. This process endured all till 1970.
Okay.
1970, something really important had happened. It was that
Sorry,
Guevara,
but just one second.
Yes.
During these changes in the 60s, also, for example, the laws regarding universities came to power, right? Because there's no private universities. If you're not ideologically same as the party, you cannot progress. You cannot go for, I don't know, foreign conventions. You cannot. There is no ways for you to be part of the educational system, for example.
You cannot grow up like a person, like a normal person, you know. Only in the meantime, is Fernando explained amazing. Just to know, at the beginning of the revolution, since 1959 until 1972, the most important people that fight with Fidel on the mountains.
Okay.
That all time was with him.
The guerrilla fighters.
Yeah. They start to see the change on Fidel, you know, to moving slowly to the socialism and to the communism, because the most important that he do on the beginning was all the private enterprise, all business, they put on the hand of the people.
Okay.
They say, I will put on the hand of the people but they put on the hand of the friend that help him in order to take the power. But the people that start to think against him, because they go to the mountain in order to change the situation in Cuba, in order to restore the constitution, and they say, why they don't do it? What we don't do it this? Because it was the reason that we go there.
Mm-hmm.
And Fidel immediately put all of them inside the jail.
Okay.
Jail managed with for his people, his brother and Che Guevara, because Che Guevara became one of the most important person in the Cuban Revolution, being Argentino, and people look Che Guevara right now like an idol of the communism. It's right. But he destroyed too much family. He destroyed too much people because he was in charge of this quartel that Fidel put inside the jail or his friend. From 1959 to 1972, he killed around 2,000 people just to think different.
Political enemies.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a way of cleaning all the difference. Guevara was really idealist and really crude. And this ideal was actually communist ideals. Fidel Castro, nobody knows what was his ideals. In the end, it was seize power and sustaining it. But really, Guevara believed in this. And a way to impose a different way of thought is to eliminate the other part of the population who thinks different than you. So the rest is not being killed. Will understand that the price to go against your idea is death. So it was really crude, but he tried. He tried really badly to make economy work and to make this typical communist state that everything is just collectivized and it's controlled by the state, but it's tried to be function. But it had a lot of difference with Castro.
Mm-hmm.
People who had difference with Castro before end up really bad. One of the greatest leaders of the revolution, who wanted to restore the constitution of the 40s, wanted to restore democracy, was Camilo. And eventually Camilo died really early. Mm-hmm. People actually were seeing Camilo more of the leader of the revolution than Fidel Castro. So eventually he died in a very mysterious situation. The public idea, he lost in sea with a plane who never arrived. But other people has testified long ago, and Uber Matos is one of them, and I'll explain you later who's Uber Matos, that actually he was ultimated by Fidel Castro or by his brother or by his personal guard in an argument that they had. concerning Uber Matos, because Uber Matos used to be a teacher, enrolled as a guerrilla warrior, one of the commanders of the revolution, but he saw that Fidel Castro would not quit power.
Mm-hmm.
So he made something. He tried to pull out of the government. Fidel Castro made a big deal about that, said he was doing a sedition. He was trying to overthrow the revolution. All this idea, sent Camilo, and Camilo talked to him and said, no, this is our lives. I just am not agree with this. I'm not going to fight against my own people. This is what Fidel wants. So when Camilo returns, never came back. Uber Matos was condemned for treason to 20 years in prison. One of the heroes of the revolution was condemned. And one of the most important things is that Fidel Castro managed first to control all the media.
Mm-hmm.
He got all the media. Any intellectual or any journalist who would say something who didn't want it, kick out. And they got the perfect explanation. He worked for Batista. He is a counter-revolutionary. He wants us to bow to North American power imperialism. So people didn't have time to double-check that, because he also controlled the justice.
Yeah.
So he controlled the media, he controlled the speech, he controlled the justice, and then very soon, I think it was in 1962 too, he managed to nationalize a lot of enterprises.
Mm-hmm.
When we say nationalized, that means that there were seats without compensation. So a lot of people were kicked out. And also, a large amount of the population who had different thoughts, who had democratic thought, media class, everyone then were overthrown of their houses. All the properties were seized, and many of them flee to United States, awaiting from this mad period will end soonly. They're still waiting.
Okay.
So in the end, he had managed to control the economy. Everything was controlled by the state, and ultimately by him and his men. He controlled the only party that existed.
Mm-hmm.
He controlled the only medias and speech that existed. He controlled all the trials, all the juridical and police and army. Eventually, he controlled everything.
Mm.
The rest, he also controlled education, because exactly in 1962, he destroyed the autonomy, the university autonomy, and destroyed all the private universities. So he controlled also the formation of the speech. So what was remaining? To control the people who was not in his personal project of becoming Cuba, his personal paradise and his personal dream states, dreamland, more a nightmare than a dream. So that's why he opened concentration camps and made a lot of trials, expelled a lot of people. But still there was some slight level. If you declare yourself, I'm revolutionary, I feel like I like socialism or at least alternative ways, you had a chance to exist. Till words to intellectual. This is a famous speech that he gave to intellectuals. He was speaking a really famous word. It was everything in the revolution, nothing against the revolution, which remembers us to people like Mussolini, who said everything with the state, nothing against the state. So he has this reference, and if you double cross, you see there's not exactly his idea, but it was handed to him, and the intellectuals got the message. So there was a few scandals of you being dissident or you being cooperating with CIA and all the stuff until 70s. In 70s, it was the final blow. Everything was set up. He tried to use collectivization. He tried to use collectivization with the industry of sugar.
Okay.
It was this big saffron, this big cultivation. He wanted to make 10 million tons of sugar, and it was impossible to achieve. A lot of resources was spent. A lot of people were working like nuts. All the rest of the economy sectors on the social infrastructure was abounded in function of this. So eventually it was a big failure. But the big failure was that Fidel Castro tended to make Cuba a autonomous, self-sustained country in order to export revolutions towards America and other countries.
Okay.
The people in charge of this was nonetheless Che Guevara, who has this dream of a world with communism. At least he committed his body and went to many guerrillas. He went to Congo, and eventually, in some point, some people said that he was sent by Fidel Castro, but I have the personal theory that he looked at Fidel and said, he just wants power. He doesn't share exactly my dream. Communism to him is just a justification to be in power and to be protected by Soviet Union. So I just think I better go to do my own revolutions before he kills me. Okay. So he leaves. Eventually, he was helped to get out to Bolivia with really old intelligence, with really old maps, with really bad assessments. So eventually he ended up killed. How convenient. He became the flag of Cuban communists, but it was a failure. This importation by guerrilla of this socialist state. But in the 70s was the final blow. In the 70s, he failed his project to make Cuba a self-productive or monoproductive country. So eventually it was the final turning point. He just called to Soviet Union and they said, I'm going to back you fully, but you got to introduce Marxist-Leninist completely in all the grounds. So they said, okay, I need more power. This is the time. So become witch hunt against any intellectual, any person, even though they consider revolutionary, even though they were worshipping Fidel Castro, even though if you said a wrong word, if you don't want to teach or say in the way it was stated, the word of sacred Marx and Lenin, you were going to be kicked out, you were going to have to suffer forced labors, and you will be banned from university, banned from studies, banned from academic centers. You will be banned from society. Yeah. So in that point, that was the most violent turning point. Eventually, till 1976, there was no real constitution in Cuba. Because technically there was a fundamental law that was modified every time Fidel Castro sneezed. Okay, we need to make a modification. Yeah. Laws were like 2, 3, 4 paragraph decrees that were established and that were developed by people with a lot of discretional power that were concentrated in Fidel Castro.
But is it true that the party is protected by the constitution?
Yes, definitely. Since 1976, we adopted the constitution based on the Soviet-style constitution, in which there's one party, and this party have all the powers, omnipotent. So till right now, even though we have a different constitutions, it is the same. The party, it's above the constitution. To the outside world, they do the rest. They do what every country with this black iron curtain said. We are a dreamland. This is all wonderful. People are happy. No one is lacking of anything. We share what we got. But inside people were starting to realize there was a big problem. They started to notice that there was a bluff. There was a lie. Things that were not stated. People, all the industries were crashing. All the economy was going down. Absence of meat were start to become common. People were disappearing from their neighborhoods. People were not able to speak. And you just noted that one day said, I didn't like what Fidel Castro did. And the other day you didn't see that person. Where he was. No. When you asked to say
where he went,
he is a counter-revolutionary who is in prison. Do you have any relationship with a counter-revolutionary backed by the CIA? You say, no, I don't. So he just banned from society, and everything was under control to that point of the new constitution. And it was like, okay, we consolidated this state that we wanted to build. We destroyed every trace of democracy, any trace of republic, till the crisis of the 80s. Well. I lend the word to all of my colleagues.
Yes. The crisis of the 80s.
Coming back to Che Guevara, because I have seen, since I was born until grown up, I have seen many people from the world idolizing Che Guevara. Che Guevara, he was a personality very dangerous and sicky man. He was an assassin, because when the revolution triumphed, they were killing all opponents, oppositors against them. And the United Nations realized about what was happening in Cuba, because they were killing all oppositors against the communists. So the United Nations seeing many blood being shed.
Wow, bloodshed, yeah.
Yeah. So Che Guevara said, okay, we will keep going killing, okay? we will keep going killing.
We will keep
Literally,
killing.
literally, he said in the
Exactly.
in front of the United Nations, he say, we kill, and we go to keep killing people.
Keep killing people. Yes.
Against the revolution, because we don't allow people that think against revolution, because revolution is the best for the people.
Yeah.
So they choose for us.
Yeah, we don't have an option.
We don't have any
We
options.
have their option. And alongside that, people didn't have not the option to think different. They have to work for the state. That's what establishing of communists mean. If you didn't work for the state, you didn't work at all. Because you could not have a private job or a private enterprise. You could not even grow or cultivate the land without being collectivized and controlled, and only to a small part. All your sailings have to be delivered to the state.
You also need a special license to fish, for example.
Everything you need. Let's say it is a liberticide system, because no one is allowed to do nothing unless state gives you permission.
Okay.
So everything goes on permission, and this permission depends on your political record. So there are a lot of sometimes public, but the other on the ground level of investigations, which they decide if you are good enough to do this. So eventually you could accede to a license, or you could accede to an administrative post, but it depends on your commitment on the revolution. And when we say revolution, we say the party, and when we say the party, we say to Fidel Castro.
Yeah, it sounds like Stasi in Second World War. Yeah.
It's the same.
Yes.
It's the same. Yes. For example, for fishing,
you
need a special license. It's like a sport license for fishing, but at some point, for example, you cannot go to fish lobsters. So if you go to fish with this license, that means we cannot go. For example, it's some of a few people that they choose for doing this activity, but you cannot catch more than, for example, 10 pieces.
Okay.
Because they say if you catch more than 10 pieces, you can commerce with this, and you go to grow up your personal economy, and it's not good for us.
Okay.
But
how
for
would they
this,
control how many fish you have caught?
Oh, control. That's the key word in Cuba.
they have people for this,
Okay.
They prepare inspectors, so like inspector, and they know in which place you can go to fish.
Okay.
They know.
So they will have like regular patrols or something.
Yes,
like that.
it's like a regular patrol. For example, if I go with my kids to a small lake or something like that, and they look fishing, they go to me and they can put me a punishment or a penalty.
Okay.
And it's important penalty.
It's harsh punishment.
Yes, it can take.
So what would be, for example, what would be the punishment for catching too much fish?
Well, you could be fined with 2 or 3 times an average salary in Cuba. Let's state it like that, so not taking numbers, but it's 2-3 times your salary
and
of a month.
also they take all your art.
They confiscate
of
everything you had, but you could have also a problem with economic activity crimes. So you could be processed for that.
Yeah.
And if you insist on that, you could be, without being processed, being prosecuted and instructed as a person who's making a social danger. So the thing is how they get you.
Yeah, so they can basically pile up on you.
Yeah. But this is
any way they want.
But this is only we are talking only for fishing. But
that's for everything.
We cannot say that in Cuba we don't have the opportunity to open one restaurant, for example. We can do it. Okay, if you have the choice, if you have some people on the government,
you have the connection.
They can have the connection. You have money. Yes, you can open, but in few months you must to close, because you don't have access to the product.
Okay.
You must to buy this product on the stores of the government, and this product is very expensive.
Okay,
if you are small people that want to open a small cafeteria, yes, you can open, but in 10 or 8 months you must to close, because you don't have the source for maintaining this.
Let's concentrate the conclusion. Fidel Castro once he triumphed his revolution, he owns all the island from San Antonio by sea. Finally, all what is into the island is ownership of Castro family.
Okay.
We were ownership, for example, because all who is born in Cuba is an ownership, is a property of the Castro. So everything what is in Cuba, be cutters, people, factories, everything, and the nature, the same nature, the seas, everything what's around Cuba is property of Castro families. For example, I can remember when a Cuban decided to leave the country. First, before leaving the country, they most Cuban people must sign a free hand.
Yeah, a white card.
Remember that?
An authorization
I can't remember,
to go out.
What is a white card?
Yes, white card.
What is it that you have to sign?
Oh yeah.
Sign.
What Denis is talking about is that the control was not only about economics, studying, working. Control was also about moving. You had to have an authorization to move inside your own country.
Okay.
You could be deported to your own province, but to go outside, it was impossible. No one could go outside of the country without a specific authorization from the government, case by case, called the white card.
What card?
If you don't have the white card, you could not leave the country. You have to stay there. So eventually, it became a prison.
We're Slavic.
Yeah.
Cuba is Slavic.
And
Cuba
the people,
is kidnapped.
That the people that obtain this white card before leaving, they must to give house and all property to the government.
Okay.
You cannot sell your own house. And you say, okay, I can go to United States with a little money on my pocket. You cannot do this. If you receive your white card, you have 48 or 72 hours in order to deliver all your property to the government.
To the party?
Yes,
Exactly.
government is government and party is the same in Cuba.
Yeah, yeah.
It became
We are
the same.
talking. We are talking
You
about
had to deliver everything, and your rights in Cuba disappeared once you were outside.
Yeah.
This was all the process during the revolution. But what happened? What happened towards the 80s? It was this wonderland. Fidel Castro, what he wanted, all the control, all his allies and close families were really, really, really well attended. Let's say like that. They, as Denis said, literally owned the island. They didn't have to pay for anything. They just give an order and they had what they wanted, whatever it was. But in the 80s, something happened. Actually, before. In 1977, there was like some kind of dialogue with North American government, and some people that went in this first exodus from the revolution that saw what was coming were able to return and to see their families. And it was a big shock because people knew that there was an outside world that was not how they were telling, that people could live right in capitalism, that they have rights, that they're labor people, but they earn much more than a professor and they were more respected. And people were like shocked. They said, okay, there's something's happening here that I'm not telling. And this leads to some people to try to feel that they needed to flee. So what happened is in the 1980s, people went with a car and crashed against the embassy of Peru. And they entered there by force and said, political asylum.
In Cuba?
Yes,
in Cuba, in Havana.
They crashed inside. So the authorities of Peru.
How many people did that?
just a few.
Just a few.
At the beginning, was
like
only one car.
Only one car.
With 10 people.
So they
around.
would physically crash the car into the embassy.
And so said, please, political asylum. So the embassy said, okay, I will give you. And then Fidel Castro warned the embassy and said, you got to deliver this to me, violating human rights. You got to deliver these people to me, or I'm going to remove the security for your embassy. They refused, and eventually he did. 10,000.
He removed
the protection for the embassy.
Okay.
10,000 people flee inside the embassy at that time.
In a few hours.
Just in a few weeks, there was like 10,000 people inside. So eventually, it was becoming a hotspot, and Fidel Castro made a decision. I'm going to liberate the port of Mariel, so people from United States and families can go and pick up the persons who wants to leave.
Okay.
But at the same time, he opened all the jails, all the common prisoners, robbers, assassins, crazy people. He opened and he said, you got to go with these people or you're gonna be killed. So go. But at the same time, he mobilized all the population to rob the ones who were trying to flee, assault them, kick them with sticks, destroying their properties, destroying their houses, and if they hear that you want to go, you're going to be assaulted. Your house will be going to be assaulted. It was a lot of violence.
Who was doing this?
It was doing this all what it's called a rapid response brigades.
Okay,
the rapid response brigades are groups that, and this is strange because Cuba is works as a communist totalitarian state, but also have methods from fascist totalitarian states. So this is how the fascist methods. They use populations against population. People who are really back in Fidel Castro are armed with sticks, armed protection for the police, and say, strike him. How it looks like? It's the people rejecting the traitors. I'm not doing nothing. I'm innocent. This is the people. This is the will of the people. Attack others when it's all planified. So it was a barrage of violence and people fleeing. It is one of the biggest exodus of Cuban history, with 125,000 people fleeing in just 6 months from the island, picking up. But it was also an exodus in which people when arrived to United States, mainly to Miami, it was like a big blow. They were not ready for this.
Yeah.
There was like a big crush. And also there was a lot of delinquency, more than 15%, were people fleeing from the jails. There were common delinquents, the worst, and crazy people. So it was big problem. Castro's revolution was like in bad image. Everyone was shocked. What's going on here? Right? People want to so desperately run away.
Okay.
But also he discovered a way to make pressure to the United States.
And also it was a good point in order to clean the way.
Yes.
You know,
he get rid of all the dissidents.
You think about 125,000 people leaving the country is 120,000 people that are against us. So
yeah,
at least
let get out, and then we can use it. How? These people still that have family there inside Cuba, and they need to send money, and we go to use this money for our economy. Okay. So it was a great business, you know.
Yeah.
You clean your way.
What percent? What percent of Cuban diaspora? What percent of economy is Cuban diaspora?
Well, right now, it's not possible to send money to Cuba using, for example, Western Union from 2 years ago. But when we use the Western Union,
yeah, but before COVID.
Before COVID, around $600 million per year go inside Cuba, only using the Western Union.
I think it was 6,000.
6,000. No, 600.
600.
It's only from Western Union. We don't count the family that come to Cuba with much more in the pocket.
For people, because I'm guessing they don't know. I also read this a few days ago. Western Union was closed with all of its 400 plus branches. In Cuba since pandemic hit,
it was allowed for.
So now it's not possible to send money from the diaspora. Yeah,
it was cut. I think it was part of the package of sanctions that Donald Trump established. But the thing is that what they said and what the administration of Trump said is, we are allowed to deliver revenues and money to family from the United States to Cuba. But that money has to go directly to the hands of the family, not to the government. So if the government sees this money, we will not allow it. And why he says that? Because no international currency can enter in Cuba and go into the hands of Cuban. It goes directly to the hands of the banks of the regime, and they give you the change in Cuban pesos, or they give you the change in what it was used to be the secondary currency, CUC. Right now it's MLC, and what is that? It's like a big coin that they decided which is the word.
We'll reach. We'll reach to that point because it's just gonna confuse people.
Yes.
But before that, so you had the biggest exodus of people during the time in the 80s, and after that,
right now is the second most important exodus.
No, but
let's go in the time track.
I'm just going back in time because in order for us to understand the Cuban economy, we have to understand the fall of the Iron Curtain. We have to understand the monetary binding Cuban pesos with American dollar in the 1993 after the fall of Soviet Union, and we have to understand the deals that Cuba made with the Soviet Union and how that impacted Cuba, right? And how this big crisis, well, even bigger crisis came to be until we reached the today's time.
The thing is that happens several times.
Yeah.
About the currency changes.
Yeah.
That happens whenever in Cuba is a crisis. Cuba is in crisis. That happens. For example, in the 90s, when the Cuban people went to the streets to protest against the Fidel Castro government, it was a big hunger.
Okay.
It was a big hunger, and Fidel Castro opened the sea over again, like I like the 80s, and at that time, the dollar came back again, over again. So in the 2004 year, the dollar disappeared over again and came CUZ.
Okay, in 2004.
Yes, seemingly the economy was seemingly very nice, flourishing, and everything was okay. Now, in the 2020, dollar comes again, over again, because we are in crisis now, over again. So that happens whenever we are in crisis.
Okay.
So what happened with the Western Union? The Trump sanction against Western Union to Cuba is because we are all Cubans have family living in the USA. So the money you want to front me, that has to pass through FinCimex Bank, and when that comes through FinCimex Bank, that money, that US dollar, become toilet paper. What I call toilet paper, because it's CUC.
Okay.
CUC in Cuba is worthy.
It's worthless.
It's worthy.
It has some value in Cuba.
Yes,
but outside of Cuba, no.
No.
Yeah, it's
like you enter into a casino.
Okay.
You buy chips. They give you the chips, but if you go out of the casino, or you don't fulfill the rules of the casino, the chips are going to turn back, and you have nothing. But how we get to this? What's important? So important for the Cuban state to have this international currency. This has to do with the relationship they had and the pact that they had with the Soviet Union and the communist commerce pact. When the revolution started, the project of developing the industry was all a bluff. They seized all the industry, but they let them to go into broke because Fidel Castro had other plans. He made a pact with the Soviet Union. I give you sugar, I give you manpower for wars. I'm going to bring you.
Sorry, what is the population of Cuba?
It's
almost 12 million.
12 million. Yeah. Okay.
But counting outside, yes, we had a lot of exodus. Well, the point is that I give you manpower.
Okay.
Meat for the war, and also I'm going to give you sugar, and Soviet Union provide us for everything else.
And you also had like medical experts.
Yes, but the most important
this was more developed after the 90s. I'm going to explain you why.
The most important that Soviet Union take for this treatment was to put military base on Cuba. Only the distance from Cuba to United States only 90 miles, so they have the opportunity to put nuclear missiles on Cuba.
That was the famous nuclear crisis.
Yes, it was famous. But yes, we can take your sugar, but per year is not be more than 6 million tons of sugar. It's not too much for the people. So the most important, we can put the military base on Cuba.
Yeah. So sugar was just an excuse.
Yes, it was an excuse.
We were a parasite state
because
from the Soviet Union.
we take something more important for Russia. We take food, we take oil, we take everything.
Yeah.
We close all the market with the other countries, and we survive only with the Soviet Union.
So your market was closed for any other country.
Yeah.
So you were trading only with Soviet Union.
Yes, because you have a special treatment.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
I can give you 10,000 tons of sugar.
So all the necessities, all the products, everything for basic life needs was provided.
Was provided
by Soviet Union.
And this had problems because everything was centralized. So in some point, everything goes to the capital. From the capital is distributed to the rest of the provinces, and this is not fully operational. But it didn't matter. All the infrastructure of industries were ruined. All the commerce were ruined. All the social and urban infrastructure were also ruined. Streets were destroying, buildings were destroying. There was no important work, building, construction during the revolution besides this Sovietic scheme of schools and some hospital, but nothing relevant, because this was not the priority of Castro. The priority of Castro was to continue sucking from the teeth from the Soviet Union and try to become his image, the power of the world. Eventually, he made it.
Okay.
He was financing with the money of the Soviet Union and the weaponry that he had, a lot of guerrillas around America, financing all the left parties, and the project was they eventually overthrow control.
Okay, so what happened when Soviet Union fell apart?
Disaster.
It was
catastrophic.
The system, the Castro system, always has been like a leash. Suck your blood. Okay, so Fidel Castro system suck or Soviet Union being too big. That's why Soviet Union has to fall down.
Okay.
And now Fidel Castro depends on Venezuela, sucking all their oil.
And from us, for the Cubans outside.
For the Cubans, But for example, you can imagine on the 80s and 90s, I have experience in one side of the economy that is merchant marine. You can imagine one small island with 12 million people surrounded by water. So we was the most important fleet on the Latin America.
Okay.
And that period, we was taken around 117 between fishing boat and transport vessels. So from this 117 vessel, 95 vessel was working between Cuba and Soviet Union.
Okay.
You can imagine that.
Yeah, huge percentage.
Yes. So what happened when Soviet Union fell down?
Yeah.
Fall down everything from Cuba.
Okay.
Because we need to reopen again with another countries in order to survive during meantime. So you can imagine what happened on 90s when it was a disaster,
Eventually...
Pull up to the microphone, please.
Yes, sorry. Yeah. Eventually, one might think, okay, it says this game is over. Let's make a kind of transition or something. But Fidel Castro was knowing that the Soviet Union was not going to last. He had all the information. I was getting prepared. There was a famous execution from that time. It was from the...
Ochoa.
Ochoa. Ochoa was one of the most interesting leading generals. He fought in one of the wars of Fidel Castro in Angola, and he was really acknowledged, and he was pretty young. And some sources said that he had like a nice view of the perestroika and the glasnost. But Fidel Castro had different plans. If this had happened, he will have to or seize or free control or even leave from the power. So even if it means to destroy completely to the ground all the island and to condemn the population to an even worse level of poverty, he will not change his control. He will not release his grip. So eventually he tried to send a message to the military, erasing for a supposed case of corruption and drugs to Ochoa. He sent a message to the military before the fall of the Soviet Union. I'm not going to change, and anyone who betrays me is going to be passed by arms. And then eventually when it crumbles, then he calls this special period.
Okay.
And what he did is to call people to resist and endure. But at the same time, he could then manage. Now he need a new teeth to suck. All the industry was destroyed. Okay. Beautiful industry that we have in the 40s and the 50s was destroyed. Nothing, was zero investment in that. No interest in development and self-development of the country. But he knew that he had a new strategy now. And the strategy was to start opening the country in the economic grounds to tourism, international tourism, Cuba, to providing services outside, and also to try to back in the future and possible overthrowing of control by left parties in America. And eventually it happens, but with an awful cost in the meantime. In the 94, 2 years after what we call the most raging part, it was 92, the most crisis in the mind and in the ground for Cuba. 94, it will happen the 5th of August, what we call the Maleconazo.
What's Maleconazo?
The Maleconazo, it's called like that because it happened, a big demonstration, spontaneous, because no demonstration is possible in a system of such level of control. It happens, people just birds went out to the streets and tried to demonstrate. Some were trying to fleeing through boats. People were fleeing in one of these, the 13 March boat.
It was before.
It was before. It was like a big period because the Maleconazo people went down the streets. Previous that there was the sinking of one boat carrying even childs trying to flee North America. He sank it. So people were tired, were like crazy nuts, and they went to the streets and tried to change all the things. So eventually Fidel Castro managed to repress everything, to control the situation, but it was a call of attention. So he released the ban for the time, but people could not flee, but they had to flee in boats. So this is the second biggest exodus, or the third biggest exodus. The first was in the first 5 years of the revolution.
Okay,
the second was in the 80s, and this was the third. This is called the Balseros crisis, the crisis of the boatmen, because people literally rowing with rowing boats and seal boats and
tires
running.
They use the tire
to
of
the sea trying to get
trucks.
to North America.
Yes.
So they made rafts from
They made
tires.
his own raft
Yes.
with tire with this kind of product. I don't know how to say in English.
Polyethylene.
Polyethylene.
Okay.
They join everything with ropes, and
Like
they
desperate
They
people.
go-
People in closets. A lot of people. I think that the fourth part of these people tried to flee. It was like 30,000 people.
How many people died on that journey?
We calculate that might be 80,000 people trying to get to North American to American coast, and the problem is that these waters are infested with sharks, and so people didn't have the conditions. So a lot of people died there. But something else happened. There was a company of people in airplanes, Cuban in airplanes, trying to locate these people in boats and warn the authorities of the United States so they could go and help them. But also they were tired of the situation in Cuba, and they tried to make flights, try to send information to the people that they were there, that we were going to help them, that they want to
fly over
and next to the border, next to the airspace of Cuba. Fidel Castro, what he did was to send two MiG fighters and blow up the Cessna airships.
Airplanes.
So everyone died. So it was a big crisis. And how Fidel Castro managed to do this? Because there was an attempt of, it was Clinton at that time, I believe.
Yeah,
Clinton
was in
to
there.
okay, let's make some talk. And you say that you don't change because we North America are your enemies. Let's make some things different. I'm going to ease you the way so you don't have an excuse to say you don't want to change because you have an enemy. So you use this blow up of the airplanes to make an excuse to all the community of the Cubans. Say no, we cannot talk with these people. He did it on purpose. Okay. So eventually there was a lot of killings, there was a lot of nonsense activities, there were a lot of people dying, drowning in the seas, because Castro didn't want to lend power. But at the same time, he had a good plan that worked. Eventually, Chavez was able to overthrow the government of Venezuela
1997.
Yes.
And seize the power with the direct help of Fidel Castro. And then Fidel Castro, what he did was, okay, I'm going to back you. You just have to give me oil to sustain all the commerce. We're going to focus on you. So he tried to make Venezuela the second Soviet Union.
I will give you doctors and teachers, and you can give me oil.
And that's the part in which the teachers and doctors entered. They could not use anymore this weapon image of the revolution of armed forces. We need to give the idea of that now we are a poor island suffering an embargo, a blockade from the United States, who's struggling to make the world better. We're going to say teachers to teach socialism and communism, to say that Fidel Castro is the best in the world. And we're going to say medics who are going to attend you freely by big budget paid by the government, 0 money or 10% of the money that should receive is going to the hands of the government. 90% is going to the hands of the government. You receive a 10%, you're not able to flee, you're not able to go, but you got to attend these poor people and say then, vote for Chavez. Otherwise, you will not receive any kind of treatment. You got to do this. So eventually, the medics were really committed with the mission. The medics wanted to help and to take care, and this is something that we have to acknowledge. They're not guilty of this. But they were used and forced to be a political force of change. And among them, there were a lot of agents of influence who infiltrate organizations against the governments of the
agents of influence.
Agents of influence. This is something that Cuba's expert on doing, exporting agents of influence. They will give you what the world wants to listen to. There are a lot of countries in the world who are pissed off with the United States for several reasons. Most of them deserve reasons. But they use this hatred or this resentment to say, we are the one who are fighting in the final front. We're in the first front against the United States. We are with you. Back us, and we back you. You don't have to put the blood. We put it. You don't have to put the slaves. We put it.
Okay.
Something that I learned from my activity, it was I never subestimate the regime, because we know now that Fidel is like a demon, but at the same time, it was a very clever people. He managed everything, and when he looked the opportunity to go to Venezuela and see what happened in Venezuela, they don't have nothing. I can give you teacher, I can give you doctor. We can to appropriate to Venezuela, but also we can put our hand in Bolivia, in Nicaragua. Why? Let's go to open one Latin America school of medicine in Cuba. And all people without SARS, without good economy, can go there.
Okay.
They don't need to pay nothing, and they will become good doctors. So it was if you think, if you start to, it's a good strategy, We can put student of medicine in Cuba. They can receive education of medicine, but at the same time, they receive our same education. We can indoctrinate these people, and we can prepare this person, these doctors,
as agents of change.
As agents of change on Venezuela, Bolivia, Nicaragua. And it happened.
Exactly.
Because with the time, Evo Morales take the power in Bolivia, and he changed everything. Same like Cuba. Rafael Correa in Ecuador do it the same. In Nicaragua with Ortega is more order than all people, but they use it also, Ortega. And Argentina, they use also. So they just start to put his son, and Brazil,
yes.
They just start to put his son in all around Latin America, and they control the people.
Yes. And what's the deal with it? If you're trying to make changes and to use background levels to make something which is going to be good and functional, you say, well, this is not ethical, this is not clear, but in the end, they're going to have free education, they have a better country, they have a flourishing economy, more balanced. No, that's not what happens. In the end, they end up with poor education, poor systems of health, destroyed economies, but strong left parties in power, embodied and controlled and entangled with militaries, a lot of misery and disasters in Latin America.
If I put all this paper on your hand, hiding the truth, what do you say?
Okay.
Cuba is amazing, government is amazing.
Tell me now, I want to know also how tourism intertwined with Cuban crisis, and how tourism changed everything. How changed their lives, and how changed the economy, and how they use tourism, to put more control over the people.
Yes, at the time that they opened the tourism for foreign people, when
it started?
In 90s.
In 1992, they made a slight modification of the constitution, allowing international investments, and this opened the gate to international investments in hostels, hotels, and the enter of foreign tourism. And what they did is to build like some kind of isolated paradise of tourism in the island, which look like wonderful. They sell all these national products, tobacco, alcohol, the mulata, the mulatto, how beautiful they are. This is a wonderland. They build this image from the image that they have learned how it works in tourism. And this was all like, oh, you go on tourism, you can go here. It's a little bit more expensive probably than the rest of the markets that you have access. No. Cuban could not enter in a hotel. Prohibited. You will be seized. Cuba could not interact with
foreigners.
With foreigners unless it was something beneficial for the image. And the most beneficial thing is, imagine a really poor country, needed of money and help, with a lot of tourists entering in, and what they discover? Oh, chicks, nice girls and boys, really young, yummy, really, really inexpensive, cheap.
So prostitution flourished.
Prostitution flourished everywhere.
One of their purpose, by the way, foreigners are theirs too, are their properties too. Everything what is in Cuba is property of them. Okay. So one of their acts is to not approach to a tourist. For example, me as Cuban, you as tourist Serbian, I can approach to you.
You cannot approach me.
Yes, because that's a crime.
Okay. There's a law against it.
Yes, they might accuse you as Cuban as harassment.
Okay.
Yeah,
but that's not harassment.
They call harassment to the tourism, and
because you are speaking with me, and I'm not disturbing you.
Okay.
Okay, but they don't care. They don't care about that. That's harassment. They come with police to you and ask you for your ID and come with me. That's a crime, and they put you into a jail for a big while.
For how long you can end up in jail for talking to foreigners?
Why they ask whatever they want?
It depends.
Depends on whatever they want.
They had something which is called dangerous persons, dangerous state of persons, state of dangerous. This is something like word like that. And they use this as a pre-crime measure to ensure you don't commit crimes. So you can go to jail for 4 years, and you can go 4 years more without sentence, without trial.
Actually committing the crime.
Without actually committing a crime. And who enter in this? Dissidents, what they consider people antisocials. Who were the antisocials? The ones who were not in relationship with mass organizations controlled by the parties, and people try to get approached with terms. Sometimes prostitution. The thing is that, well, they try to avoid prostitution. Not exactly. You could do prostitution, but you got to pass through then. You could have some kind of license that they give you for a tourism guide, and you could have connections with police.
Let's just now. I would like to introduce the scales, to compare it for comparison, right? So, how much is the average salary in Cuba?
Serious
so for people, so for people to understand, I really need this. How much is the average salary? How much when prostitution flourished? How much were the services, whatever you call them?
This
for tourists. Yeah.
The problem is that happened when they opened the tourism in Cuba. It was in the 90s when it was involved. We was involved in the special period. We don't have nothing for it. I remember I was 5 or 6 years at this time, and we eat at home only rice. Sometimes one piece of bread or fried eggs. It was like big deal for us. Yes. So you can imagine our fathers trying to find some food for us, sometimes with money, but without the opportunity to find food, or sometimes without money, trying to find food. So when tourist people come to Cuba, they start to think, okay, he have money, he can give me the opportunity to go to the market to take some piece of meat for my son. I can go to the bed with this guy. I don't care about the age, about race, about nothing. I just need the money. And for tourist people, what means $5?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing.
For us, at this time, the dollar take the value of 125 Cuban pesos during 90s.
Well,
So if you give
black
me
market.
on black market,
You'll
yes.
explain black market,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
market later. Just
But if you give me $5 for 1 hour of fun inside bed, I can take around 600 pesos. I can take 5 pounds of meat.
5 pounds of meat.
Yes, so for example, for my son or for my sister, for my father, I can take a deal. So Cuban people saw in this point the opportunity, but at the same time, the society was destroyed, because they say it's most important eat than study. Because yes, I can become a doctor, but if I don't have food, I cannot study because I don't have my mind clear.
Yeah.
So I can take clothes, I can take a good money if I go with a boy or with a girl, because sexual tourism is not only for men.
Yeah.
They use young people. In some case, they use child. There are many history about that, and it was very sad.
Yes.
Because they destroy everything. Yes, they open the market to the tourist, but the money go to his pocket, and for us was the total.
And how much meat is actually available in Cuba?
How much?
Meat.
Wow, meat.
Yeah.
But for example, you cannot eat beef. It's impossible.
For example, that's the point what I wanted to touch about meat, beef. Cows, you can't kill one. If you kill one cow in Cuba,
crime.
they imprison you for 20 years. That's unbelievable.
If you kill a cow, they imprison you for 20 years.
Yeah, it was important
it's
one cow that
from
remained.
8 to 20 years. The crime is sacrifice of major cattle. If you sacrifice cattle or you sell its meats without a permission and specific authorization from the government, you go in prison like you have killed a man. Eventually, what happens? We don't have any cattle, not anymore. We were one of the biggest exporters of beef meat in the world.
So no cattle in.
There's no cattle.
Yeah.
Right now, there's not even pork.
Yes,
chicken comes from the United States.
You as Cuban peasant, you have your own animals.
Okay.
Okay, seemingly your own animals. Okay, your sheep, your own cows, your own horses. But to kill one animal, you can kill chickens, you can kill porks, okay, and sheep. How can I say chivo?
Yeah, sheep.
Goats. Okay, goats.
Yeah.
Yeah. But saving cows, no. You have to have a permission of the government.
You must to deliver to the government to go to the special center for kill this kind of animal, and you receive some kind of money. They say, okay, this cow have 600 pounds. We can give you, I don't know, 2,000 Cuban pesos. And this is
2,000 pesos is how much in dollars?
$40.
$40.
Well, officially.
Officially,
yeah. Now maybe it's time to enter.
Now,
introduce the black
it's
market.
$2. Black market.
Yeah.
Black market.
No, $2. No, 2,000 is
2,000. Yes, yeah, $40.
In short words, beef in Cuba is a luxury. You can't afford eating a beef. It's so difficult to afford.
You can imagine one island surrounded of water. You cannot eat the fish.
Yeah.
It's also luxury.
So you don't eat fish also?
No, we don't have fish. Fish is like wow. It's like the greatest thing ever. You see a fish. This is where
$4 or $5 per pound.
Beware with the lobsters too. Lobsters.
$4 or $5 a pound of fish.
For example, one dozen.
And what is the average salary in Cuba?
Well, right now I am not
I'm
sure.
I'm going to give you some examples so you can make a comparison, which I think is more easy. When I used to work, I worked 2 years when I graduated from in social service for the Ministry of Foreign Trade. Ministry of Foreign Trade is one of the wealthiest. I was juridical chancellor in the juridical direction. It means I was attending enterprises from the Cuban regime. My salary was 450 pesos, Cuban pesos, which was equivalent to like was $16?
$18. 18.
$18, 16, 18, perhaps $20. That was my salary for a month for a lawyer graduated from law school. Right now, it's more or less the same, because right now if I will be working there, I will not be earning 400. I will be probably earning 3,000, 4,000 pesos. The problem is that it worth absolutely nothing in the real market, which is the black market. Black market appeared more intensely when they start opening tourism. And how it works? Everything is prohibited, but you cannot avoid people to try to smuggle things, to trade things. So what are we gonna do? Let's gonna let them do so. They're gonna feel they're under the law, but we're gonna let them do so in order to not have another social explosion. This is bad, but we don't care. But we can use this against them, because anytime you said, okay, I'm tired of doing things, why I have to do these things illegal? I want to do it legally. That you have some agents goes and says you, well, you know, you buy in the black market. Everyone buys in the black market. It's obviously, but that's a crime. So literally living, eating, working was a crime. You were always committed a crime to survive. And if you state that, that's a problem. That's a black market. The black market has its own level of prices.
And that resource that I have seen doctors driving a taxi bike to survive. Taxi bike in Cuba is a tricycle.
Tricycle.
As a taxi, but human force. Okay, not fewer, human force. I have seen doctors driving that. Because they have to maintain their children,
to
their
provide the family.
Because their salary is not enough. It's not enough.
For example, I have my sister right now is a history master, and she works like a tourist guide. You know, because she can take for this job at the university or at the school around 2,500 pesos, and working with tourist guide, they can give you tips. If I make a good service to you, she traveled from Varadero to Havana, from Havana to Viñales, the Pinar del Rio, showing the nature, showing all amazing of Cuba. You receive a good treatment, and you will give me a good tips. $20 for her means 1 month of salary working as a teacher.
And the big question is why the salaries are so low. That's because the enterprises make so less money they got to share with their workers. Well, actually, no. There's an explanation for the government. They say that they give us this spare part because all the rest of the salary, which is not provided to you in reciprocity for your work, it's the what that funds the medicines, the medic system, the educational system, and the social system that you receive provided by this regulated food that we have. It's the famous libreta. It's a regulation notebook, in which every month you receive, according to the government, what you need to eat in exchange of like really cheap money. The thing is that the regulated food for one person only gets to, I think, 10 days.
Yes, you receive
more or less 10 days.
For example, you receive per month. If you have a boy, this boy receive 1 liter of milk until 7. When the child arrive at 7, they change milk for yogurt. Not natural yogurt.
No,
it's yogurt made with soy
yogurt.
Soy. But it's disgusting. You know, it's not common with like you see here, everything closed. No. They bring in cubes in some box without any sanitation and everything. So, child receive 1 liter per day, 1 piece of bread, like a bowl per person. For example, if you are 4, you receive 4 pieces of bread. But This is every day, but per month you receive 7 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of beans, 5 pounds of white sugar, 6 pounds of black sugar. Sometimes you receive 1 kilo of salt. It's not all months. They give you
every 3 months.
Every 3 months.
Yeah, we don't have salt.
They give you half liter of oil for cooking per person. They give you some noodles.
Okay.
For example, if you are 4 people, I talking in my position that we was 4. They give you 2 packets of noodles.
Okay.
And that's it.
That's it. No meat, no eggs.
Meat.
Eggs.
Chicken.
Yeah, yes.
Chicken and eggs.
You receive chicken, eggs, and
7 eggs per person. 4 to 7 eggs per person. No?
Beef. Picadillo.
Well, much
Much meat.
Okay. Minced meat.
Yeah, something like
But
that. We're not sure what it is.
It's
but
not.
probably
It's not.
It's like a grounded, grinded up, minced meat, like a mixed meat.
Yeah, something really.
The meat of lowest quality.
But you cannot say that it's beef or
Yes,
pork.
I know what
They
it
use
is.
everything for doing this.
Yeah.
You don't know what
you receive 7 eggs per month.
7 eggs per month.
Per person. And in some case, it's not every month, okay? Sometimes 1 time per month, you receive 1 quarter of chicken.
Okay.
Only for 1 month.
For a whole month, 1 quarter of chicken.
Yes.
For person.
According to the government of Cuba, that's enough for you
That
to
is
eat.
enough for you.
And that's all your salary that is not delivered for you. It's on that because that's enough. Health system, you don't have any actually health bill because
When you say that,
you don't have doctors to work for you. They're international missions. You don't have any supplies of medicine.
nothing.
Nothing. But
When you try to explain
That's
this to
where
other
your money
people, they
goes.
say that is not possible. But it's possible. For example, for 2 months ago, 2 Spanish tourists was in Cuba, and they filmed that. She don't go to the hotels. She go to the private house. She paid the rent, and every day she go with his phones, for example, to the market where we can receive all this stuff. She go to different place in order to film, to record everything.
Okay.
She don't show this during his stay on Cuba. When she go outside to Cuba, on Spain, she start to put this on internet, and people say it's not possible.
When it comes to internet, Cuba haven't had internet until 2018.
Yes, 2018.
Obama, yes. What happened and how internet changed the situation in Cuba?
I call this situation the beginning of the end.
Okay.
Because I think that is not for forever. They don't go to be there forever.
Yeah, but what kind of internet it is? Is it a government-controlled internet in many?
Yes, of course.
Of course.
In Cuba, everything it's controlled by the government. That includes the only company who can provides for internet to Cuba. This company calls Etexa, and this is really interesting because it's a company which is a private company. Most of the providing companies right now in Cuba are private, are SAs, anonymous societies. We don't know who is in charge of this and how they control it. We actually do, but it's not public. So this internet provides you the internet, but of course it's in relationship with the government. In Cuba, we don't use actual Wi-Fi in different places. We use direct data connection,
Okay.
because it's more easily to cut. So it's really controlled. But anyway, it was the first time when Cuban people had more or less capacity or the chance to be able to acquire information or interchange information with the exterior without a mediator, and to receive a different view of life, different from Cuba is a paradise, Fidel Castro is a saint, the United States is bad.
Yeah.
They received this, and in the first time when things happened, could stayed in the net, could stay in internet, and you have like a memory of the things that were happening. Was really bad because we have like a lack of memory because we have erased. The memory is erased, books are erased, persons are erased. And when it happens sometimes, you might have done something for changing the system, you just are kicked out or just put in the jail, and no one remembers you anymore. No one knows where you are, where you were doing. So we start to doing the things one and over again because we don't have the memory. We don't know what's going on. We don't remember the different periods because they erase it. With internet, finally, we're able to have like a back memory for what's going on and to interchange directly for everyone. It brought big trouble for the government.
Okay, yeah, so this is approximately where your story begins, kind of, right?
Yeah, it's basic.
Basically.
Internet in Cuba was a shoot of reality, you know?
Yeah.
We go back to reality. Because sometimes, even me, I feel sometimes guilty, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because I grew up with the revolution. I go to the school, like Fernando and Denis. And we say even Fidel is our God. Patria o muerte. You know? We say that before. So I look to other sides in some point because something is happening there. I don't want to be involved in that. So in some point, sometimes I feel guilty, but I see the reality thanks to the internet, and even also I start to travel around the world and I start to look the reality.
Yeah.
Why he have more opportunity than me, and he's saying that me. He's a second officer like me. He live in Filipina, and they have more opportunity than me. They have better salary than me. Why? We are equals. We are humans. We are on the same company at some point. I was working with a foreign company, English company, like a second officer also, and one cooker or one sailor take 5 times the salary of me. Why?
Yeah. So tell us your story. Let's begin with you, okay? Let's start because you already started. So you were born and raised in
Ciego de Ávila.
Okay,
yes.
It's very far from the coast, right?
It's very far. It's around 40 kilometers from the coast. Oh, I never know. I never think about work on the sea. You know, my dream was become a doctor. I don't know, and I started to study in a military school. And when I reached the last year, they put in front of me some different careers.
Okay, so at the end of the high school, right?
The end of the high school.
So you were like 17, 18 years old?
18 years old, yes.
Okay.
And immediately I read something that say Merchant Marine deck officer. I call my mother and say, look, this happened to me today. What do you think? She told me, I don't know. It's your life. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking all this night, and in the morning, when we go to inside the theater, in order to receive our careers, I looking back and say the father of one of my friends, and I ask him, what is this? And he told me, this is a merchant marine. You can travel around the world. You can change your life. If you have the opportunity, take it. So I was the 7 of the scalaphon. I don't know. It was the 7
position.
Yeah, the 7 of the position of the rank.
There was like 7.
They make a rank.
Okay.
Of the students. I was the 7.
You were the 7th ranked student.
Yeah, but at this time the informatic university was on the top. At this time, and people before me choose this career, and I take the career of merchant marine. I moved to Havana 2009, and I start to study there, also in a military school.
Okay.
Why? This military school receives a subvention from maritime organization. They give money, they give material programs like simulators and everything in order to perform our skills. Mm-hmm. But they use also all this program in order to training his military people. You know, for this reason, this naval academy for merchant marine is inside of the army. So I graduated in 2009. I start to work. And private, it's not a private company. It belongs to Cuba.
It's not a private company.
No, it's not private. They say that it's a private because his address is located on Greece. You know, they use Greece like a basement.
But the owners are from the
if you go to the internet and you read about this company, you say this is a Greek company.
Okay.
But they are managed for Cuban people. They have around 25 Cuban people inside this company, manage everything, controlling 13 vessels, big vessel, making a round trip around the world. So I start to work there. And my first shock was when I received my first contract.
Okay.
You know, from the first years, I must spend 1 year like social service, also for forming like a officer, and I receive per day $2.
$2 per day.
Yes, it means $60 per month. Okay. I was there for 17 months, not 1 year, because when you go to the boat, you cannot go out the boat until the boat arrive Cuba, because they don't pay you a ticket for planes, you know, and I was the lucky.
So wait, once you step on the boat, the next time you step off the boat was back in Cuba.
Back in Cuba.
So you were 17 months on a boat.
Earning $2 per day.
Okay.
So, when I finished this period, I received my certification like officer, and I take my first contract. Responsible contract. And I read, you go to receive $947.
For 17 months?
No, for in this contract.
So this is a new salary.
New salary.
New salary.
For 6 months, per month, you go to receive $947.
Okay.
I say, this is a big deal for me. It was my first salary, you know. I grew up with a very poor family. Only my mother and my sister, and my mother was a teacher. Earning, I don't know, 300 Cuban pesos per month. So if I go to earn $947, it means too much. But I start to work on the vessel, but I start to read the contract. So I start to receive information for another people, and I found the real contract that we never know that this exists, because captain give you some paper and say sign here, and it's the last part of the other company, the other contract, the real the fake contract, and they say that I go to earn around $2,500. What? You say what is possible? If you are giving me 947, where is go the other money? And they say, look, we go to send to your wife $800 per month, like a family allowance, and she don't receive $800. She receive 800 Cuban pesos, because they change one by one.
So how much is, for example, how much is $1 in Cuban pesos?
In the normal,
according to the bank.
According to the bank.
To the official tax of, it is
25
Cuban pesos.
Okay, $1 is 24 or 25 Cuban pesos.
You can,
and they exchanged your dollar
one by one.
So 1 Cuban pesos is $1.
Yeah. So she must to receive $800 and she receive 800 pesos.
Oh.
So if you say,
and you had no contact with your wife?
Yes, I have contact, but they say it's normal. It's allowed.
Okay.
It's allowed.
Okay.
And what can I do?
Fucking shit, man. Okay.
Yes, it's crazy, but it was like that. For the reason I say that I feel sometimes guilty, you know, because at this point I look to the other side, because I prefer earn $947 to be on home without job.
Yeah.
I changed my mind, but 10 years after, you know, because I have started to work from 2009, and my first problem with government was in 2018.
Okay.
You know, almost 10 years.
So, but what happened with those $900 that you received?
I received this $900, but you know, sometimes you don't receive in time.
Okay.
You can stay on the vessel for 2, 3, 4 months, even 7 months. I was 7 months without any salary.
Oh, okay. So
Why?
You officially had the salary, but you didn't receive the salary.
No, why? Because when you are outside of the country, they must to give you dollars.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for example, if I go from Cuba to Mexico and we stay on Mexico working there, they need to pay me monthly in dollars, and they don't like it, you know, because they use dollars for them.
Okay.
So they wait for you that you arrive at Cuba, and they give you the CUC.
The CUC,
this currency that don't have value on the market.
The toilet paper. The toilet paper.
Yeah.
You can use it. You can use it inside the country. So we don't have at this point. I don't have the possibility to go to vacation with my wife to Spain, or
No.
I can take this CUC and I can waste this CUC on Cuba. For me, it was okay at the beginning because I never take this quantity of money in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
I can resolve the problem of my brother to buy a new house because we was living in a very poor house. I have the opportunity to buy to my son some clothes, food that we never have. And but everything start to change on your mind, you know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because you start to say they are stealing my money. Why? Okay, if you say to me you need to pay, I don't know, 1% for our service, I say I agree because it's normal around the world. But why you can take more than they can take more than 65% of your salary, so of your salary,
Mm-hmm.
and this is a robbery. This don't have other name.
Yeah.
This is a robbery. But if you say if you look that they are using this money, for example, to building a new hospital or for new school, but they don't do it this. You go to Cuba and Cuba is stop on the time.
Mm.
Everything is old, everything is destroyed. I was talking with Fernando 1 hour ago. In some place of Havana, in some place of Cuba, you go there and you can say that you are in Chernobyl or in Mariupol, you know, because everything is destroyed per day. And you need to change your mentality. And I start to change my mentality. And in one point of my career, I go to the captain and say, look, I need my salary.
Okay.
Because you need to pay me 6 months. I don't have money. I need to buy clothes for my kid because he don't have clothes right now. I need to buy, I don't know, television, everything. I don't have the possibility.
Okay. So that was in 2018?
Yes. And it's my money, not your money. So please call the company and I need that you pay me.
Okay. And this is where your problem started?
Yes. 2 days after, they pay me.
How much? All of it or?
Yes, they pay me all of it. Not all of it, they pay me 4 months.
Okay.
And it was on Panama. We was there. But at the time that we arrived at Cuba, okay, I finished my contract. I go home, see my family, and I receive a phone call for company.
The same day?
The same day that I arrived at home. And it was one girl that is working the special fleet, and she told me, look, Omar, we have a problem with you. I don't know which problem. I just talking to you, but from now you are not a part of the fleet.
Mm.
So you need to try to find another way.
So they sacked you?
Yeah, they cancel everything from me and they say, okay, I can find another company.
Okay.
20 minutes later, I receive another phone call from an agency. It's an agency that called you for give you a contract,
Mm-hmm.
and they say, "Look, Omar, we receive a call from the government, and from now you are not a part
Of our agency.
And it's the only agency in Cuba.
Okay.
So,
government agency.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they start to close my possibility to work. Just for say I need my money. So you know how I feel.
Yeah. I love how you put it a few days ago when we met for the first time. You told me this is when bad luck enters your life. This is how the system works. So what happens next? Please tell us the story.
Yeah, I say to my wife, don't worry, we will find a way. And I start to look in my village near to the sea, have too much hotels, and I found a marina for tourist people. They receive activities and everything. I start to talk with the manager. I show him all my certificate and everything, and he say, look, I have a job for you. You can start tomorrow. They give me a catamaran for make short trips with 30 people, and it was great. I start to earn a good money, but everything changed at the time that I start to receive different emails from unknown person. They start to talk about I need that you give me all the, I need that you send me some photo of all the embarkation, photo from the marina. How can I enter to the marina? And I say, what is this? I go to the director and say, look, I start to receive these emails. I don't have idea. So please, if there is something wrong, tell me, because I don't have I don't want to be in problem. And he say, Omar, look, but normally he told me like, don't take care about, just
don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. And I receive, he take the emails, and on the few days, I receive the visit of the police secret.
Okay.
In order to, they say that they need my phone. I refuse. I say him, I can choose emails. I can choose everything, but you cannot take my phone. Well, okay. I decided, we want that you start to collaborate with us. We need that you respond these emails and send some picture that we go to give you. And I say, no. You are wrong. From now, I am not be part of this circle. I go to my home. I go to find a way.
Okay.
But for now, he stand up. It was it's not general, but it's like a general from the secret police. It's very important person. He look to my eye and say, if you don't do it, your life going to change 180% degrees.
Okay.
And I say, okay, I take the risk. And for sure, my friend, believe me, my life changed 180 degrees.
How? What happened next?
1st of March of 2020. 1st of March, no, 98th of February, I received a phone call from my director of the marina.
Okay.
And he told me, Omar, look, we are thinking that you are so good, we don't want to lose you. So I need that tomorrow you come normal at work. So please bring me your all certificate, because we need to register in the place for.
They wanted to register you.
Yeah.
So they asked you to bring a birth certificate. What?
No, my certificate for merchant marine.
Ah, okay. Your diploma or something.
My diplomas.
It's
like a diploma, several diplomas, like 8 or 9 diplomas. And I say, okay, but it's not necessary, because my certificate I registered in Havana. And he told me, don't worry, bring. And in March, I wake up at 5 in the morning, and 5:45 I go to the bus station. And only 2 blocks from my home, I received an attack of 2 persons.
Two people attacked you?
Yeah, from behind. I don't see nothing because at this time I was also like sleepy, because it's early in the morning. They start to knock me with hands. With one of them take out one knife. cut me from my arms, also in my stomach. They cut my back. When was the certificate inside, he take it. He don't take my phone. He don't take nothing. Only the back. Mm-hmm. And one of them push me, knock me with his knee in my stomach.
Okay.
And cause me awfully pain. You know. They take one bicycle and run out. I never see them. I don't know who is these people. Mm. I go up and start to run to the police station. It was only for 3 blocks around. And when I arrived at the police station, it was only 1 people on the entrance. And I say, look, they give me assistance immediately, yes. But in 20 minutes, start to appear around 20 cars, around 50 motors. And the secret police in Cuba is important that you know. Secret police use this vehicle to move. They use motorcycles. And they move 2 of them or 1. But I don't know. In 1 hour, was around 200 people.
Wow. Okay.
There. What's happened? They start to make something like a
commotion.
You know, yeah.
Dramatic scene.
It's like a dramatic. They come people from, you know, for make a Photoshop of this person. They say, what happened? I start to feel awful pain inside, and they put me inside the car and take me to the hospital.
Okay.
And there they make a ultrasound and everything, and they find a hematome on the liver. Causing for this
from the kick.
Yeah. But during this time, all time they go there because I spent 7 days inside hospital. And they say, look, we need that you make a precise portrait of this person. It was 5 in the morning. It's not like here. 5 in the morning in Cuba, all is dark. You cannot recognize too much people. And they start to bring different people exposed to my place. Look, it was him. It's not was him. I don't know. If it was him, I don't know. I cannot say. Mm-hmm. They say, look, this happened probably because you are against the government, you know. And you must to choose now. Work with us or not. I still say no. With my wife in front of us. She start to, you know, to make a...
Scandal.
Yeah. But from this day, everything changed. Every day they start to write on my walls. They start to throw stones.
What would they write on your walls? Like graffitis on the walls of your house?
It's like a graffiti, but they use one word that it's worm.
How do you say it in
Gusano.
Gusano.
Worms. Yes, they use this word for the people that are against government.
Ah, okay.
So these people that they say worms,
it's like
don't represent
the walls that say Jude. It's the same for us.
They don't represent nothing for the society, you know. Mm-hmm. So they start to write this. They throw stones onto my walls, onto my windows. They broke windows sometimes, you know. And I take the decision to say, wait, this happened because I say no. I am not giving them a fight. I go to start giving them fight. Mm-hmm. If they want to fight, let's do it, but without violence, only using my head. Mm-hmm. I start to make, when this start to happen, for example, when they start to throw stones, or I start to make a Facebook Live. It's only the way that I take to show the people and the world what happened with my family. Because at the beginning...
So you started posting on Facebook?
Posting and making a video live on Facebook. Okay. Because I was only find this way to express myself, what was happening with me. And at this point, I start to receive help and support for some people that was on the same situation than me. Because on this point, I don't never read about Unpaku or different group of dissident people that was against government, you know. But I start to receive his support every day. They call me, how was your night? How is your child? Do you need something? They was there like a family, you know, because in this point, when this start to happen, you lose friends, you lose even family, because they don't want to be involved in this situation.
Okay.
So they decide to be outside.
Have they received any threats? The neighborhood, the family, the friends, have they received any threats?
I don't know.
Okay.
But sometimes they choose to be outside of the problem, you know.
Okay, yes.
Because if this happened to me, it can happen to them.
Who knows what can happen to them?
Yeah. And in Cuba, they have everything prepared. As Fernando say, they use people against people, family against family, neighbors against neighbors. My best neighbors become of my enemies. Not for my side, for his side. Because they give support to the police secret in order to keep hiding, for keep a surveillance on my house.
Okay.
Because at this point, we cannot move freely from the town. Every time, for example, if I go to the school to take my son of them go with me. No beside me, but 3 or 3 meters behind me, they walk.
And you notice because they want...
They let you know that they are there all the time.
They're doing this on purpose?
Yes. They do it this. Sometimes they go to your home, they knock your door and say, tomorrow you cannot go outside. If you go outside, you go directly to police.
Okay.
Okay, so keep here, and for your safe, don't move. We have picture, we have everything. And at the time that we start to say that on public, using Facebook, some people say it's not possible. In Cuba, that is not possible. Cuba is a paradise. Yes, Cuba is a paradise on the television because they manage all the medias. But right now we have internet. We can say we can count the other side of the history, you know?
Show the facts.
We show the facts.
Okay.
We don't appear on Facebook and we say this has happened to me. Yes, I say this has happened to me, but I show the facts. I show all the evidence, and people start to think. If he is suffering this for saying that he needs his money, what can happen to me if I say that? People start to think about, you know, and people easily start to go to your side, and they don't want to do it. They don't want to that you do it this.
Okay.
So in this period, I receive no special treatment, but I receive special support from UNPACU. It's the biggest organization in Cuba, the more biggest organization. Right now we have more than 3,000 people.
One of the oldest too.
It's one of the oldest. This was created in 2011 for Jose Daniel Ferrer. And I start to work with him.
Okay.
He told me, if you want to work, if you want to be part of this, it's your choice. We don't want to push you, but you need to know more about us. I start to read everything, different documents, and I choose.
You choose to join them.
I choose to be on the right side.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you belong to Movimiento San Isidro, if you belong to UNPACU or Movimiento Cristiano, I don't know, Archipiélago. The most important is the freedom of Cuba, and I choose this.
Yeah. Archipelago is your organization, right?
Yes.
Was, okay.
I put my problems, my own problems, in order to work with the general problem of people.
Okay.
You know?
And what happened next?
We create, he gave me the freedom of create one small group on my town, because we don't was too much organized in Ciego de Ávila. And he said me, you go to become a coordinator, You need to talk with me every day, everything. Every move that you do it, please, everything must to be together.
Okay.
So we start to make a conference on YouTube, on Facebook, and secret police start to fight more with using more violence against us.
Okay. Okay.
They start to take me on prison more oftenly. They put me, for example, they put me inside cars using force and put me 20 kilometers out of my home. And without any reason, without saying nothing, he say, go out and now go walking to your home.
Okay.
Today happened this. Tomorrow we go to bring at the same place, but it's not going to be like this.
Okay.
It's going to be more hard. So they start to change something on your mind. You know, they start to use psychological treatment against you.
Psychological strategies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because they are 63 years in the power. They have everything.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So it was
the tactics of intimidation.
Yes.
Okay.
Against family, against me, against everything. In some point, you cannot see the light, you know, because you say like how the people are moving away of you. Your best friends that grow up with you, like a family, like a brothers, they decide to keep away. They don't say hello anymore. The neighbors that every day you share coffee, because it's normal in Cuba when you wake up in the morning, you go to the border of a house. You say, hey, take 1 cup of coffee. You give a cup of coffee to Fernando, and Fernando give me his cup of coffee. We share everything, and this is everything start to change. They don't look at you. They don't want to be near you, and in some point they collaborate with the regime.
Okay.
They hide people inside the house in order when night for a spy, or when night approach. These people are the same people that throw stones. I find 2 Molotov cocktail on my home. I make a video live with this. They don't make a light. They don't make a fire, but they put this Molotov cocktail inside the doors.
Inside of your house?
Near to the doors of the entrance of the door.
So next to the entrance, they left like a Molotov cocktail.
And 6 meters of this, we was sleeping.
Yeah.
With my son. You know, they use this kind of intimidation. We don't go to start the light, but you know that we can do it.
Yeah. Sooner or later.
Yeah. So it's like a war, you know. Press here, press here, and it's difficult. When you don't have media, you don't have the capacity to manage everything, because we are without job. We don't have money for it. We don't have nothing. Sometimes you cannot move freely, and you need to find this food on the black market. If you go to the black market, these people from the market don't want to sell you because you are on the target.
You have target on your back, and
yes, they come to
you.
become on the target also. And they say, we don't want to sell you this, or we don't have this. And it's it's difficult in some point. But eventually, every day on YouTube, on using medias, we approach easily to the people.
Yeah.
In order to try to show, not change, to show the truth.
Yeah. What's happening? Yeah.
This is happening, not just to me. This is happening to us, to all of us. If you have freedom, you can have everything. So easily, I think that we change the mind of the people, and everything was different the day that we go to reach at this point. The day was Denis was taken on jail.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know who is Denis at this time. I never listened about him.
This is actually the first time you two physically met.
Today was the first time. We was talking by phone, but today was the first time that we meet in person, you know. But he's fighting for my rights also. He's doing the same that I'm doing. So why I can need to support him, you know. If they take him to prison, why don't ask for his freedom? Why not? He's a human being. He's only asking for freedom. He's not asking for kill president or put a bomb there. No, he's asking just for freedom, for democracy. And I take the decision to go to when he go to the jail. I take my bag from my closet. I put my uniform for Merchant Marine, and I go to the Central Park of my city with one white teacher supporting his movement, San Isidro, and asking the freedom of Denis. I write this with my hands. I put in front of me, and I start to make it was a violent manifestation. It was quiet because I sit down on the floor with the teacher in front of me.
Non-violent protest.
Non-violent protest, yes. And I start to make a video live with in Facebook. In 3 minutes, I go to 20 people, to 2,900 persons. Look at me. Sit down quietly, asking for his freedom, talking about a prisoner, political prisoner, not just for him. I ask the freedom of all political prisoners. I start to talk about the situation in Cuba. And from nothing, somebody come behind me. I start to push me, to knock me.
Okay.
One person of the secret police. They broke telephone. They broke everything. They caused me too much pain because they totally finished. I don't make resistance. You know. I keep inside the floor, just watching my eyes from him, and it was terrible because it was too much people look at me, but they don't know it. They don't do nothing. Just look. Why? It's normal. This is normal that somebody is attacking to other person that sit down. Talking with somebody on telephone for freedom, and you look that this is normal. It's not normal. But they don't do nothing.
Okay.
So from this day, everything goes worse and worse and worse. I was not on prison, but they take me to the police for 2 days. On interrogatories, they using different tactics. They say, now we go to take your child because you are not a good father, and your wife also. They use this.
They wanted to take your child.
Yes, put on the home shelter.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a normal home shelter.
It's a prison for.
It's a prison for young people.
Oh, okay.
So, in that point, I need to choose. Because they say we can kill you.
They told you they can kill
you. One day before leaving Cuba, I remember I was on the plaza buying some stuff. My wife was cleaning the floor, and the phone of the house started to ring. And it was the first time that my son responded the telephone. And my wife looked like he started to listen, and he put the phone on the place. And she was thinking that it was my mother, because my mother sometimes calls. And she say, what want your grandma? You know, I say, it's not was my grandma, it was a man. And he told me that they go to put me inside the car and they go to throw me for the windows.
They told that over the phone to your son?
Yeah.
And how old is your son?
7 years.
He was 7 years old
at that time. Jeez. He was 7 years. That day, I take the decision to go out of Cuba. Because I choose. Not my life, not for my life. I choose for his life.
Yeah.
Because at the time that they condemned me, they put me in this position. They put also my son in this position.
Yeah, and your family.
The history show the truth. If you are son of the oppositor, if you are son of some people that was killed by fire gun through the hand of Cubans, you cannot be nothing in your life. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can work like a normal person, but you don't have too much choice. So I choose for my family. Mm-hmm. Because I say, okay, if I take the decision to fight inside Cuba, I can fight outside of Cuba.
Okay.
But I need to be alive.
And how did you live? So let's explain this to people. For Cubans, you only have 3 options.
In this moment, I live in Cuba 9th of July before revolution.
Okay, before the 11th of July.
Yeah. And usually we have only 2 or 3 choices. You can fly, if you are Cuban, you can fly without a visa to Russia, to Nicaragua, and I don't remember
some country from the Caribbean.
Some small countries in the Caribbean, but it's not common because it's expensive.
Okay.
Small islands, you don't have too much choice to. I say, okay, if I cannot go right now to Nicaragua because Nicaragua was closed, the best option is to move to Russia, and there we try to reach Mexico. I don't know. In my mind was only
any place.
My mind was in this time in survival mode, you know.
Yeah.
Any place out of Cuba, it's
Mm-hmm.
been safe. Mm-hmm. And we take the decision to go out the same day that my son birthday, 9th of July. And we spent in Russia for 5 months, I think. And then when we know that we don't have possibility to reach Mexico or any countries in America, but it was impossible, I say to my wife, let's try to go to Montenegro. Mm-hmm. Because at this point we never read about Serbia, you know. Mm-hmm. We never know nothing about this. We buy tickets with the help of some friends because money was ended, and we take a plane to Montenegro. It was difficult, but we take a plane. We make a stop here in Serbia for 15 hours, and we go out to the hotel to spend the night. And in the morning, we take another plane to Montenegro. But at the time that we arrived in Montenegro, we was detained for a police border. Mm-hmm. They put us inside one room, more small one than this one, for 8 hours.
Mm. You, your wife, and your son,
and the mother of my wife.
And and your wife's mother. Okay.
And we was there for 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And they put in the passport that we are not accepted in the Montenegro for.
So they declined you.
Yes, they declined us. And they say, okay, right now you has been deported to Russia again. Mm-hmm. And the Russian government will take the control of you, and they said they send you to Cuba. You know, at this point we was broken totally, but we cannot do it nothing. They put inside the plane, and the plane make another stop here in Serbia. We don't know how. We don't know how this happened. At the time that we arrived here, we was detained for two police officer that was near to the plane, and they put us inside the airport, but not inside the room, the normal.
Just at the airport.
Yes, they bring us in immediately food, water. They give you.
Serbian police gave you food and water.
Yeah. They give you treatment like humans. Mm-hmm. We feel like that. We heard before that Serbian police is very dangerous. Yes, probably, I don't know. But they give me a treatment like a human. Mm. They give a treat to my son like a child, you know. They bring stuff, they bring everything. They come to the passport and they say, welcome to Serbia. I say to the girl, look, I need to ask for asylum. And she told me, listen me, go out, forget everything. But the most important is right now is that you go out of the airport. Mm-hmm. You are free.
Who told you that?
One police officer.
One police officer?
Yeah.
Do we know who this police officer is?
I don't know, but they send the luggage.
We should thank him.
Yeah. We was at this time we was only one bag with the stuff of our son, because they sent our luggage directly to Montenegro to
Moscow. So you were without your luggage, without your stuff, with
nothing.
anything. You just had
only with our clothes.
One hand luggage with your son's clothes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
you move out of the airport.
I look to my wife and say, forget everything, because the most important right now is our life, you know. And we find a place, one small hotel or motel, to stay there. And I make contact with one of friend that grew up with me in Cuba, and right now he lives here in Serbia because he's married with a Serbian girl. And I say him, I need to find a number of one lawyer.
Okay.
Because I need to ask for asylum. It's the most important right now. And he told me, I don't know nothing about that, but don't worry, tomorrow I will be there. I will bring you some stuff for you, your wife, and your kids. And I start to find something on Google. It was on December, and in October, Nikola received 19 awards.
What? Nikola received?
19 awards is one of award that give to person that fight for human rights and everything. And when I start to find one lawyer for ask for asylum, all the notice that appeared was about Nikola. And I say, this is the man. We'll try it, but we never found his number.
Okay.
I called again to my friend, and my friend, in 15 minutes, he sent me one PDF document. And he told me, look, this is from university many years ago, but it's one number here. Yeah. Try to call. And I say to my wife, okay, we don't have nothing to lose. And I make a phone call, waiting for secretary or I don't know. And it was Nikola answered the phone. I just say, look, we are Cuban people. I'm here with my family, and I need to ask for asylum. I need your assistance, your help. He told me, okay, tomorrow you must be here at 2 or 4 o'clock, I don't remember, in Ideas. I will send you the address. Believe me, when I leave Cuba in July, I not sleep quietly since this day. This day, when I was to my bed, I sleep like a child. You know. This morning, my friend appeared in one car with his wife, with 8 bags, with clothes, with some toys for my son. So everything started to change this day. In the afternoon, I moved to Ideas, and this is the beginning of our new life, you know.
Yeah.
I remember that Nikola, and this time he told me, don't worry, right now you are safe. I'm going to remember this word for all of my life, you know, because for real, our life is changing day by day. It's not easy. I know that it's not going to be easy, but right now we are thinking in the future. We are preparing our goals, because like a family or like a person, if you don't have motivation, if you don't have goals, you don't go to grow up. You know. Right now, my son have the opportunity to go to the school again. He finished a few days ago. So everything is changing. I know that it's not going to be easy, but we found the people.
Yeah.
You know, we don't found any person. We found the people.
Yeah.
And on the way of this, every day we are finding people that give us support, not economical support, but it's necessary, but it's not the most important, you know? When you are surrounded of people that give positive energy, you can make everything in your mind with total clearly, you know? I don't know if you understand me. Right now I have the friends. I know that I lose friends that grow up with me, but I think that they was there for my position. Because right now I have the friends. I can call at any time and they will be there. And it's the most important for us. And for now, until the end, just we go to move. Climbing, not going down. Because the day that I take the decision to leave Cuba, I take the decision to leave Cuba for my future, and for the future of my son. And this is the most important right now. I keep fighting for human rights. I keep working with Unpagu. A few days ago, Fernando sent me, I don't know, we was talking, and he told me, try to talk with the wife of Ferrer, because right now he's on prison, and we don't know nothing about him from the last 27 days. And yesterday, his wife delivered one, how is the name?
The habeas corpus.
The habeas corpus. I keep in touch with her, and I say her, try to put this inside the hands of the government, you know, because we need to know where is he. And all time I think, if I take the decision to be on Cuba during July and everything, this that it's happened to Ferrer, probably
I will be delivering your habeas corpus.
Yes, for sure. For sure, because I become not in the most important, but I become in some person that try to change the situation of my village, of my city. They don't allow this, you know? So if right now I have this possibility to be here with freedom, I also have, it's like, it's inside my head, you know? I need to fight for them. Not just for Ferrer. For it's almost 1,000 and keep counting. Young people with 18, 17, 18 years that they are inside jail for ask for freedom. And we induce these people to do that, you know? Because we every day do it this kind of podcast, trying to reach the people, the normal people. Yeah. You know? And this is an amazing job. When you have the opportunity to talk to the people, sometimes in person, sometimes using some programs, you are changing one life, two life. Probably you spend 4 days and you're not doing nothing. But the day that you change one life, you can go to sleep happy, you know?
With peace.
Yeah. With peace, with yourself.
Conscious.
You can go to sleep without any problems in your head because you are doing something right. So we are here and we go to start to fight again. We keep fighting for Cuba because, okay, probably I become a Serbian, but inside my head I'm Cuban. I love my country. I cannot forgive this. I hate some people, I know, because some people cause me too much damage. But this is my country. This is my land. I still family there. And I want to be there in the future, you know?
Yeah.
Because probably in 5-10 years, my son will become a Serbian guy.
Yeah.
And probably he don't remember nothing about Cuba. I don't want this. he can become a Serbian or something more, but always I need that he feel like he's a Cuban, you know? Because for this reason I start to fight.
Yeah, to present him the opportunity, you know, to maybe go one day back to Cuba, but, you know, liberated Cuba.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. Denis, Omar mentioned you as someone who was also protesting at the time. So, can you please tell us your story and your circumstances and about the neighborhood where you come from and the movement you were part of and what happened actually?
Okay. My name is Denis Solis.
Yes.
I'm 34 years old. I was born and brought up in Old Havana, in the hood San Isidro. So, I came out from a very giant confusion because I was very confused when I used to be a teenager. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the doctrine of the communist regime from my country. What they used to teach us at school, the socialism is very good for our life, for our future. A thing that is not true, because I was seeing the counter of what they used to teach, or they still teaching the children, the new generation. So I was asking myself, why as Cuban I can travel freely, why as Cuban I can have my own business, why as Cuban I can't say down Fidel Castro, down the revolution, because if I do it, I might get into prison. So all of those doubts, I was eventually I was breaking them up, thanks to my couple of uncles. I used to sleep in the middle, and they used to sleep in both sides. So they used to speak about against the communism of Cuba, and so between them, through them, I was breaking all those doubts. So you know, a child, I was imbibing, absorbing all what they used to speak about the communism, but they were a positor in silent. Okay, so eventually I was growing up, and when I fulfilled 23 years old, I started manifesting my ideology, because I was defining.
Yeah, sorry, but San Isidro is one of the poorest neighborhoods in Havana, right?
In Havana, yes, that's my hood.
Yeah, it's one of the poorest ones.
Yes.
Yeah, like the ghetto.
Exactly. Yeah. So whenever I used to get up from my bed, I used to get up without having nothing to have breakfast, nothing. My belly empty, my stomach empty. So with my ideology, I used to manifestate my ideology, posting carters in the corners of the street. I was a lone wolf, and I was an lone wolf in secret.
Lone wolf.
Yes. At 3 o'clock a.m., when the people it's less crowded in the street, I used to paint down Fidel Castro. Leave Cuba free.
How would you say that in Spanish?
Abajo Fidel, viva Cuba libre. I used to paint that in the walls, on the walls, with blue paint and sponge. I used to do it. So I remember when people passing around, I used to stop, because I used to do that in dark places when nobody can see it. So next day I used to get up very early, and suddenly I bumped into many motorcycles parking of the secret police. They were watching, beholding my carter, and I used to enjoy that. seeing how they suffering. You know.
Yeah.
So that was my way of release my stress, release my hate, because I don't hate my people. I don't hate my flag, my signboards. Okay, I hate the system because it's our enemy. The maximum enemy is the system against the society, against my society. So eventually, I didn't know in Cuba exists opposition. I never know that. So thanks to a neighbor of mine, he told me, Denis, you believe you are, no, I know you are bravely. There is a woman who lives very close to our street. She belongs to Republican Party. But I counsel you, I advise you, because you are half a crazy. Never belong to that group, because that's very dangerous for your life, and you know what regime you are dealing. So I didn't care. I decided to see who's that woman. So finally I discovered where we used to live. Her name was Luz Maria Piloto. She was the head woman of the group, and I decided to enter. So eventually I was seeing many spies inside the group, many spies, many snitches, because whenever we plan an activity for next day, at that spot already the motorcycles waiting for us. So I was asking myself, what I am, what am I? This group is dysfunctional. So I was for almost 1 year because in that group, because I suffered many cells, because whenever we used to manifestate into activity, they used to arrest us, every one of us, and then into the car, and they drive us to different cells. Cells, okay. Yes, in the police stations, several police stations. That's their operandi mode.
Modus operandi.
Yes. MO.
Okay. Then I decided to quit the group because I was wasting my time. I felt wasted myself because everything was the same. So that group became into a humdrum because they were practicing that activity in order to go out from the country. So I could see they hadn't conviction. The only purpose of them is to obtain the goal to how to get USA, but that's not my fight. My fight is to stay in my country where I was born, and keep fighting until the regime overthrow. Okay, so that's why I decided to move out from that group. My family, by other side, they were all the time telling me, suggesting me to quit the group. Quit the group. That's not for you. You are young, and so forth. With the pressure of my family and the pressure of the security state, that's why I quit too. That was a reason to quit. So eventually, I was in peace. Okay, I quit, but I kept thinking with my ideology. Okay, and I decided to enter to a church, a Protestant church. I was three years into that church, and I decided to buy a taxi bike.
Taxi bike, okay, for the tourist resorts.
Yes, I decided to buy a taxi bike. I was chilling. That's the purpose, to to control the oppositor, okay, to not manifestate.
Not demonstrate, not manifest.
Yes, okay, not demonstrate. Eventually, I was driving my taxi bike, making money, because, you know, in Cuba, you can survive working for the government. Otherwise, you die of hunger. Because in Cuba, if you decide to work for the government, you have to have a good job. When I say good job, is, for example, you have to work into milk factory to wrap the milk and sell them outside, behind the facade, to survive, to maintain your children, your family.
Yeah.
Or a hotel, to working at a hotel is a kind of luxury job.
Luxury job, yeah.
Because you can, for example, you can live by the tips the foreigners give you. It's very difficult to work at a hotel in Cuba. So that's why, for all those reasons, I decided to work, to be a freelance, driving my own bike. So, in 2016, I was parking my bike in the car rank of bikes, and suddenly came a police truck, and stopped in the middle of those bikes, and they started to ask documentation to everybody. To everybody. I didn't have any license because I passed the school for a week, and they gave me the school car, but not the license. I was asking myself, but why, if I passed the school for a week, to obtain the license, that's the purpose, to be legal.
Legal, yeah.
Why the government don't cooperate with that?
So you actually finished what would that be, like a course for, I don't know, to obtain the license for driving taxi bike, and you finished that like a week prior to that, and they haven't issued the license yet.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So no choice, no more choice for me. I had to keep on with my bike, because that's my way of surviving. So that's why I haven't any license on me. And when I saw those police asking for IDs and documentation, I decided to be in hide of them, to not be found by them. So suddenly, a partner of mine who drives another taxi bike, he let me know, Denis, a police is on your bike, is up on your bike, he's about to take your bike away to the police station. And I said, what? I had to be shown in front of them, and I saw him up on my bike, and I said, officer, that's unrespectful. Get down from my bike. He said, you are the owner. You are the owner, no? Okay. Come with us. This bike is already confiscated because you don't have license. Okay. It's confiscated. You will see. If you confiscate my taxi bike, you will see the resource of that. Every one of you will pay for this, okay?
You told that to the police?
Yes. He said, I don't care, I don't give a shit, no? Yeah. And they put me into the truck with handcuff, and I was thinking inside the truck, it's not worth to be chilling in front of that regime, because be chilling, you are reprehended too. You are harassed too, and that's not worth to be quiet. So I have to keep on with my ideology, showing my ideology, with exposing characters, exposing, yes, against the regime, because I thought about my mom. My mom was died when I used to be 12 years old by negligence.
By negligence.
Yes.
Okay.
And my dad, before my mom died, he forsook me rowing on a raft in the 90s, in the 1994.
When was the big exodus?
Yeah, exactly, in the Maleconazo.
Oh.
So
He died trying to get away from Cuba.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
And nowadays I don't know about his whereabouts. I don't know if he's in jail or dead. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know if he died?
Yes,
Oh,
if
he disappeared.
He disappeared. So everything of those things about my life is accumulated here, in the heart. So that's why I decided to keep on my labor, my duty for my freedom, for the freedom of my country. I decided in question of a second with my handcuff. So my bike was inside the police station, beside the rest of bikes confiscated, because weekly used to come a truck, a giant truck, to pick all those bikes confiscated, and they used to move them to a warehouse. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Warehouse, yeah.
Yes, and they used to sell to warehouses.
Sell them again.
Bikes, yes.
Resell them. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That sacrifice of taxi drivers. The sacrifice, because that caused a lot of sacrifice for me and for the rest of taxi drivers. So it was 1 month, and I realized my taxi bike, it wasn't in the police station. It was already driving into that truck. So my first manifestation was in front of that police station.
A demonstration, you mean?
Yeah, my demonstration.
Yeah, first demonstration. Yeah.
Yes, my first demonstration.
In front of the police station.
In front of the police station, with a big cartel.
Okay.
Saying, "Give me my bike back, down dictatorship."
Okay.
And suddenly came a bunch of groups of police against me and to try to slap me, and I used to avoid them, So one of them put the handcuff, not mine, the handcuff on me, and they called the secret police, because they usually do that when you demonstrate into the street. In the street, your ideology against the regime, they arrest you, they put you into a police station, and then they call the secret police because you are a politic case. And suddenly came an agent on civilian dress to attend you. So, and they speak to you. What happened? And say, flattering. They start to flatter you or to manipulate you. You have to stop doing that, because they threaten you too. You have to stop doing that, because otherwise, think about your family, think about your future. You might be into jail for more than 20 years and blah, blah, blah. They do that, usually. So I didn't care about that, because I just wanted my bike. So the second time, I demonstrated again in the Capitol, beside the Capitol, with another cartel on me. How can I say?
Another sign.
Sign, yeah.
Yes.
You put a sign on yourself.
Exactly. So they arrested me again.
What was the second sign?
I can remind. It's a phrase, hypothesis.
Kada?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Algo en contra de la dictadura, seguro.
Something against the dictatorship.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. So they arrested him again. That was the second time. And one more time, they in the police station, they said, "Okay, your bike will be given to you back. Okay? So we don't want you to protest anymore because that's their purpose, to not protest." Okay. Well, I realized they were playing me because every time they say the same and nothing, I didn't see nothing. So I realized that was a mockery of them. So I decided to demonstrate over again. That was my third time. In Shanghai Street, being beside Mitrans, transportation.
Ministry of Transport.
Yes, Ministry of Transport.
Okay.
Over again, the police, the same drama, arrested me. I was in BBAC, preventive, the BBAC.
Yes, the BBAC. This one
preventive prison. That's a preventive prison because that was my second house practically. Basically, that was my second house.
For young people.
Because
it was like a juvenile detention or something.
It's mainly a juvenile detention.
Okay.
Yes, I was with common prisoners there too. And I got that place painted in my mind because that was my second house. Because I can't count how many times I was arrested by the same thing, putting cultures, So Obama was about to come to Cuba in 2016. Obama. My fourth time was in Parque Feder Valle Park. It was I protest in a performance with a escorte placard. Escorte.
I think so.
Yeah. So you taped your mouth.
I taped my mouth. Yes.
Okay.
As a performance,
I've seen there's a video of you taping your mouth on. It's your music video, right? At the beginning of your music video.
Me,
yes.
Yeah.
I'll put a link for your music video so people can watch it and listen to it.
Meaning no freedom of expression, no freedom of speech.
What is the name of the song?
Sociedad Condenada, Condemned Society. So you see the video. Many couple of police arrested me, choking me, and they drove me to a close police station 1 block from there. So the people, I had the support of the people because the people were supporting me.
So at that moment you have generated a lot of support, right?
Yes.
So you kind of became famous around Cuba.
Around Cuba. And I remember exactly what was saying the cartel on me. It was a bag of bread. A bag of bread, a bag of bread.
Yeah.
Yes. Saying, the government took my bike off, which I eat. Stop. That was the cartel saying.
The sign,
so, yeah. So I was disappeared. I was missing. Nobody knew about me, about my whereabouts. I was 4 days behind a cell in Shanghai Street.
Station Shanghai.
With common prisoners. So they over again, release me, and my fifth time was with with a group of oppositors. They wanted to support me because they had their purpose too, because their purpose was their houses were about to collapse because in Havana there are many housing shortages. The government doesn't care about that, and there have been many people dead people by collapsing.
Okay, collapsing structures,
Yes,
collapsing
because
buildings.
Havana is spoiled. It's like Hiroshima.
Okay.
Oh, now Hiroshima is a big city.
Yeah.
Then we decide to demonstrate together with big sheets saying no more death for collapsing, milk for the children, food for the people. And
Sorry, at the time, is it a common thing in Cuba for people to die of hunger?
yes, people die with beriberi. You know, do you remember that diagnosed beriberi? People used to swung by hunger in the 90s.
Yeah, people die for hunger or just were so weak that died for any disease.
Yes.
They could die for sneeze, for the weakness.
They
Oh,
hide.
yeah.
But so
They hide
they
the-
never put something like that in the
death certificate.
In the death certificate, they put like heart attack,
Okay.
stop breathing, something like that.
Okay.
For example, during Corona,
Oh,
died a lot of people in Cuba, but you only know the number of that government give to us,
Okay.
you know, on the television and news. But for example, the father of my wife died during Corona, caused by Corona, but he don't appear
in the numbers.
in the numbers because
Okay.
they say he died for a thrombo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
A thrombo, it was caused by Corona.
I had a friend who worked in a hospital, and the hospital, he called me, Fernando, this is nonsense. What's happening? They reported 8 cases in my hospital. 8 cases of corona. Yes. And what's the problem? There were 45, Fernando, and they reported only 8. Yeah. Okay. One hospital, one locality. Imagine the
okay.
rest.
There have been many dead people on hunger, but you can see that because maybe at that time no media, social media, no social media. But nowadays, thanks to internet, all the world can see what the reality of Cuba. Okay, because for example, I know all of us as Cuban, we have cautioned our hunger with sugar and water to caution our hunger. Because that helps us to, it's our Cuban Red Bull,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So when we demonstrate that group, we were driving to the VBAC, that preventive detention place, and they put us into a company, as isolate company, with cameras and audio devices to hear what we're talking about. So they wanted to poison us because the common prisoners went to the lunch, to the living
The dining room.
the dining room, and we were the last one because we have to go to the dining room together with the common prisoners, and we strange what's going on. So we realized they wanted to poison us because when all prisoners ended up having that lunch, we could see four glasses. We were 8. 4 glasses in one table and 4 glasses in other table with GABA juice. That's not. That's against the regulations of that preventive system, because they have to give you the glass in your hand, not to put in the table.
Yeah.
So
What
how-
is GABA juice?
Guava.
Guava.
It's a fruit, very
okay.
common and popular in Cuba.
Yeah. So we could confirm that was poisoned by a same police. Same police, they make a sign in height behind the rest of the officials. One of them made this.
Don't drink.
Don't drink. Police, don't drink. Maybe, thanks God, that police was human.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so we decided to not drink of those glasses. And then we decided to make a hunger strike into that preventive system.
In the prison?
Yes, preventive, in the back.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
The juvenile detention.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, well, I quit because at the third day, my heart was beating too speedy.
Tachycardia.
Tachycardia. So I quit the hunger because I can't deliver my life to those HP. We were 13 days into that preventive prison until they drove us to the Valle Grande prison. And so
it was a detention, actually. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of that time, when Obama came, I was in the back again. Before that that experience, because I was putting cultures made for the children. Obama come here and see what happened in Cuba and etc. So I was in the back. When Raúl was declaring in Cuba,
there are no
Cuban prisoners. Me in the back. That's ironic.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So we were in Valle Grande, all of us, for 2 months. For 2 months without trial. No trial.
No trial.
Yes. And before, one day before my freedom, came a couple of them to ensure if we're going to keep with that. And I deceived them. Oh, I will be okay. And next day, we were released. So in 2018, I enrolled with Lázaro Yuri Valle Rocas. He's a journalist, independent journalist. I used to collaborate with him.
Where does he live?
In prison right now.
In prison right now.
He's in prison right now.
He's been in prison since that time, and right now it's being processed finally and sentenced.
So he's a Cuban journalist in prison.
Yes.
Okay.
So my activity for him was catching images. For example, a police harassing a Cuban citizen, and I used to film them. That's why the secret police used to call me El Mago, the magician. I don't know why, because I used to film you without you realize I am filming you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's why they used to call me El Mago, the magician. So all of those videos, I used to give them. I used to give Yuri, Lázaro Yuri, and he used to edit them and upload them. So they were trying to make me quit of working with together with Yuri. So they did it. I quit with the pressure of my family. Okay, so I was chilling over again. In the 2020, I entered to San Isidro because I know Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara. He's my friend.
Who is he?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's an artist. He's a painter and a plastic artist.
Okay.
He carves.
Mm-hmm.
So I met him before belonging to San Isidro movement.
Okay, so San Isidro is the neighborhood and the movement at the same time. So
Yes,
it's
exactly.
is the movement from the neighborhood of the
Exactly.
same name. Okay,
Exactly.
okay,
That's why San Isidro, we call it San Isidro.
okay.
San Isidro is a movement of artists with several segments. Painters, poets, rap singer like me,
Yeah.
like Michael Sobo is another member from the movement. He's in jail too with Luis Manuel Otero. Both of them, they're still in jail, suffering torture.
Okay.
Michael Sobo was an integrant with the song Patria y Vida.
Mm-hmm.
And Funky, he's in exile.
In exile. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
in exile. So, getting back to the past, why I decided to make my clip Sociedad Condenada. I decided to reflect the reality of Cuba inside that clip, inside my letter, my lyric, because that island, my island, is condemned by a group of assassins who play to be government, but they are not government. They are terrorists playing to be government because they used to traffic with Pablo Escobar from Medellin cartel. And they used to train terrorists from different places, from Sendero Luminoso, from Peru.
FARC-EP.
Yeah, exactly.
FARC-EP.
Yes, from Colombia. And some group from Africa too.
Africa,
the terrorists. Venezuela, from
Any
everywhere.
place that went to overthrow the government or fight it.
That's why they are in the list of countries sponsor of terrorism.
Sponsors of terrorism.
That's the reason. And that's the reason because many people think Fidel Castro is a victim because of USA. Is a victim because Fidel Castro has his country with children very happy and free study, free health, and that's not true. Because we are useful slavic. They teach us to write and to count numbers in order to be useful slavics.
What is slavics? Slaves. Okay.
Yeah.
They're useful slaves.
Yeah.
Slaves.
Nice tools with more gadgets.
Yeah. You're just a commodity. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And how we pay that? With our freedom, with our hunger, with our poverty, because nothing in this life is free. That's a pure blur he has created to the world, to make believe the world Cuba is a paradise. Okay, so that's why my song consists about my people suffering. When they protest, they are reprehended by the officials, because in Cuba, they are not police. They are people on uniform to make believe they are police, but they only serve to the regime, not to the people, because police is to protect the people, not to protect a terrorist regime.
They're the bodyguards, they're not the police. They're bodyguards for the regime.
Yes, for example, it's most important
Exactly.
in order to understand how they work, or how is the way that they must to be work. In all around the world, for example, when you receive terrorist attack, for example, or some accident, the police have some rules that they need to follow. You know, for example, is one building collapse, most important, it keep all the people awake from this site. Close the street and everything, and make, follow some rules. A few months ago, one of the most important hotels in Havana, Saratoga, is in front of the Capitol, in the middle of Havana, collapsed.
It blew up.
They say it's blow up. They say that it was gas explosion. We don't know yet, but you can see on the video, police stand up like this, and they don't do it. They don't know how to do it, because they are not prepared for that. They are only prepared
To repress.
for repress. They don't. They know how to do it. This. They know how to put inside a car. They know how to shut up. They know how to put the handcuffs very quickly. But
They don't know how to save a life.
something happened outside of this situation, they don't know how to do it.
Okay.
They
So when was the first time? When was the time when you were protesting to let him free? This was when?
I protested in November when Movimiento San Isidro started a hunger strike in order to free Denis. And
how long you were in jail? Sorry, at the time.
8 months or more than 8 months.
You were in jail for more than 8 months.
8 months, because my sanction was 8 months, but I was more than. Yes, that's arbitrary.
Yeah. How was
but
your
really common?
What it's like in prison in Cuba?
Wolf, terrible. Hunger reigns into the prisons, and out of town, out of the capital, the prison is worse. It's worse. Too much hunger, where the most of prisoners, they have a covenant with the police to inform what you're doing. Okay, you being a prisoner too, they inform to them what you're doing, something against the rules of the prison, and they do that by benefits, conditional freedom.
Oh yeah, conditionals.
Some kind of vacation.
Sometimes vacations. No, so I'm talking about assassins who has more than five dead people, and when they are in prison, they become a snitch.
A snitch, okay.
Yeah.
They work for them.
So in prison, I was first of all I was in Valle Grande, and then they removed me to Cien Aldabo. It's a preventive system similar to BPAC, but that's worse because that regime is very
more tight.
It's more tight, yeah, because the cell is too tight. You can see the light of the day. It's just one. It's just
one tiny window.
A shade of the window, and you you can see what's coming out. I was 8 days there. I was 8 days.
8 days.
8 days.
8 days there. And inside, the breakfast is small bread, stale small bread,
okay.
And a cool drink, watery. You can't fit very well, and the water is polluted.
Oof.
I got sick with diarrhea. So getting back to the time when I began to belong to the San Isidro movement, because then I will tell you about how I was inside the prison. The secret police was very pissed off because they didn't want me into San Isidro movement, because San Isidro movement is very strong as Ompaku. San Isidro movement was moving masses. And we had the support of the hood, because we are solidarity with the hood. And our temper was Luis Manuel Otero house, where all the hood used to enter as their houses normally, without permission, normally, because we are a family. And all what they used to need, we share to them. That's why we had the support of the hood. The secret police didn't want me there. Join to San Isidro, to Alcántara, to Michael Osobo. They were too angry when they realized I was a member of them. So they started to call me, to summon me. So I refused to their summons. I refused. So they started to threaten me. If you don't if you don't come to us, we will have to make awful strategies that you won't like it. And I say, I don't care, huh? Do whatever you want. Okay, so they plan a strategy, a fiendish strategy. They send a police to my house in the morning, and the police was pressing me to sign the summons, and I didn't want to sign that, because I said him, I don't sign any paper of yours. Okay, she go away. Get the fuck out. I said that. So the second time, he sent another police in the night. He was the boss of the circumscription
sector.
Yes, the sectors.
Chief of the sector.
I was in my living room, in my own house. Okay, I was connecting. So with askance, I saw a blue trouser. When I see in front of me that officer inside my house without my permit. So I went to live and I started filming him. What are you doing here? He said, oh, you are Denis? Yes, I am. Why? Why you trespass my house? That's a felony. Oh, this is not a house. This is a building lot. What? This is a building lot. No, you are wrong. This is my house. This is a house. I want you out right now. Okay, and I started verbally kicking him off from my house. And finally, he went away. And that video, that live, was popular in the world because it was an explosion. It was a burst in the war.
How many people saw it?
Oof.
I saw it.
Not only Cuban, the exile and people, the foreign people in the world.
It was viral because some programs from United States, local station for news, and also even a radio station
Broadcasted.
Yeah.
Broadcast that video.
Yes.
Okay.
It was viral in minutes.
Okay.
And that police, he wasn't in service. He wasn't in service. He was he was off day, but he was sent by the regime. Because our regime knows very well my courage, because I'm choleric. And they try to make me angry and commit a nonsense. For example, to hit the police, but it wasn't like that as they really wanted. And I decided verbally kicking him off from my house. So next day, the president of the CDR,
Committee of Defense of the Revolution,
went to my house and said, "Hey, Denis, the secret police told me you can't go out from your home. You can't, because they're in the corner.
Okay.
Controlling, you are on the watch right now."
You're on the watch.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, I had a camera in front of my house. That camera is set below a balcony of a hostel for foreigners, because all hostels and hotels and family dwellings in Havana or in Cuba, all bosses, all landlords, they have a covenant with the government. This is your business, but you have to inform me what foreigners, okay, come into your dwelling, okay? Because maybe they belong to CIA.
Okay, yeah.
So that's why all landlords from Cuba, they are informers.
Oh yeah, they report to the government.
They report to the government.
Okay, okay.
That's why that hostel had a camera in front of my door, watching me all the time, the 24 hours. So I didn't care a hand, and I decided to go out because I am free of my own acts.
Okay.
So I decided to go out, and 2 blocks from my house, I flexed right, Compostela Street. That was in November 9, 2020. Okay. By the way, Trump was ruling because when that police came out from my house, I said to him, Trump 2020, and they angry more and more because they didn't like that. Trump 2020, they hate Trump.
Yeah.
When I flexed right, Compostela Street, I heard a noise of a car noise, very speedy. And when I looked backward, it was the car who was in the corner. And I could realize fastly that car is coming for me. So I was wearing shower shoes. I was wearing shower shoes.
What kind of shoes are those? Shower shoes.
Like
Okay.
Shower shoes.
Slippers, like
Slippers.
Okay.
And when I decided to run away, that was like movie, because they are sick car. They are not government. They are sick car in the power. When I decided to run away, that car stopped immediately beside me, and three brown guys, very sturdy and giant guys, like Goliath. They approached me and ran behind me, but I was on shower shoes. Okay. I ran too fast, but I was in shower shoes. I hadn't any time to react because that was surprising. Everything was a surprise. So one of them got me by my t-shirt.
Okay.
And stopped me, and they started to kick me in the floor.
Okay.
So an old man was present in that, and he shouted, "Hey, leave him alone! Leave him alone!" And one of those cars said, "Don't worry, we are from we belong to DTI.
What is DTI?
DTI is
Secret police.
Direction
Police.
of Technical
Investigation.
Investigation.
Yes,
Secret police department.
like CSI.
Okay.
CSI, like CSI, something similar.
Okay.
Stasi.
Yeah.
Like Stasi,
Stasi, Stasi, yeah.
To make believe that old man, I'm a delinquent. I was wanted.
Of course.
Okay? Don't worry. We belong to DTI, and he's a delinquent. We were looking for him. And so they kept striking me by my ribs, like as I was a boxer back.
Yeah. They were hitting you.
And hitting me non-stop, the three of them. And one of them was saying, this is in order you respect the authority, because our revolution must deserve respect. And they kept on hitting me.
Yeah.
And one of them charged me by
Choked you.
by my neck. I was without breath. I couldn't breathe. And the other one hold my feet, join, and both of them flex me as like a folder.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And my air was, I couldn't breathe because I thought that was my last day of life, because I couldn't breathe, and I got to defecate. No breathe. I was suffocate. I was thinking heart attack or whatever. They put me into the car, and they drive me to the police station, Punto 30.
Point 30.
And they still choking me. One of them choking me in my neck. And I tried with my left hand to touch him, his big arm. Hey, you're suffocating me. You are choking me. So when the foremost official was in the foremost seat, he saw my free hand. He decided to hold my hand and break my fingers.
Oh, fuck.
Break my fingers. And I was neutralized with my broken fingers in his hands, in his strong hands, breaking my fingers until getting to the police station. So
he broke your fucking fingers, man.
Yes. It's still hurting me later.
To respect the revolution.
The sequels. I have sequels in my fingers. So
what do you have?
Sequels.
Sequels. I think it's the word.
I don't know.
Sequels.
He cannot move.
Okay, your nerves.
Yeah,
your nerves are damaged in your fingers.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a remembrance of that.
Okay.
They drove me out from the car and put me inside the police station. When all police inside the police station saw me, they stopped of doing what they were doing, and every police, all police inside, crowded, watching how those secret police were hitting me. They still hitting me inside the police station.
They were still beating you.
Yeah, I used to have my hair longer, and one of them hold my hair as a dog, like a dog, no, and dragging me on the floor in front of prisoners there. And they still kicking me in my wrist, my stomach. I couldn't breathe too much hits, too much strikes. And then a police, like a whiteboard, a fat police came, approached to me, and put the handcuff and tied as a bigotin. It's a bigotin.
Like a guillotine.
Como una bigotina. Yes.
Really tight.
Okay.
Really tight, the handcuff. Almost break my wrist. My wrist. Yes. And put me in front of the wall. the two of them, and I heard one said to another one, how can we drive him now? Normally or uncomfortable? The other said uncomfortable. He over again hold my hair and get my head, holding my hair down and dragging me over again by the floor to get into the small truck, wasabita. We call wasabita.
Mm-hmm. A van.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
it's an old van.
Into van, small van. Similar to where you
Scooby-Doo cartoons.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo cartoons.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I was defecate too. I was thinking too because everything happened fastly. So they drove me to be back.
How long this lasted?
Everything was in question at the speed of light.
Hmm.
That happened in November. The kidnap happened in November 2020. November 9, 2020.
November 9.
And they drove me to be back. Mm-hmm. And in November 11, they drive me to the trial in November 11, mm-hmm. 2020. Everything was planned. Those lawyers, I didn't want any of them, because in the back in November 10, yeah. In the back, a police gave me a paper to sign because I have right for a lawyer, and I said no, because lawyer they are puppet lawyers, and everything is a plan. I know the sanction is not on the judge. The sanction is on the Raúl Bols, you know. I said that to him because
what does it mean, Raúl?
Raúl Castro.
Raúl Castro, yeah. But what did you say, Raúl?
Raúl Bols.
Balls.
Balls. Okay.
The constitution is from Raúl Bols. I said that to him.
Okay.
Because in Cuba, no laws, no any law.
Yeah, I understand.
I didn't want to sign that. So they drive me to the trial. They sanctioned me 8 months. And that police who came into my home, he was declaring what I said to him.
Yeah, the crime was offended. It's the felony calls desacato in Spanish. It means offend an authority in the fulfillment of his duty.
Okay.
So telling him around 2020 get out of my home was offended the authority.
Okay, so the crime was you offended the authority, and this all happened because of it.
Yeah, free speech, it's offended the authority.
Yes.
Okay.
And they accused me with unrespectful to the authority.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was barefoot because when they in the kidnap, when they drag me.
You lost your
my foot, my left foot is a big wound.
Okay.
And I could see my bone.
Oh fuck.
And when they drive me to the Valle Grande, I remember I was 11 days inside, and suddenly a patrol looked for me to drive me to the Sin Aldabo preventive detention. I don't know why they decided that to remove me from the prison to Sin Aldabo. I was 8 days in Sin Aldabo, locked up into small cell.
In isolation.
Yes. And I was with two guys there inside. So no treatment for my food because my food was infested.
Fuck.
So I was fearing about I was worrying about my food.
And what about your broken fingers?
Yeah, it still hurts. Still hurts.
Still hurts.
Yes,
No
still hurts.
treatment also.
Sometimes I used to make some exercise to heal my pain. I get sick of the polluted water.
Mm-hmm.
Too much hunger. The food is very restricted. They don't give you any neatness, any
nutrition.
brush.
Yeah.
You have to wait for your family to bring your stuff.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can't have your neatness. So I haven't any right to call my family. I was disappeared. I was missing. That's why I was without brushing my teeth.
Yeah.
That's a kind of torture. I was without receiving a treatment for my food. The nursery, the nurse woman, they didn't care about my situation. So I was seeing my food was getting worse day on day. I was seeing my wounds yellow and infested. So at the eighth day, they drive me out from that place and take me again to the Valle Grande prison over again. And I was 1 month in Valle Grande. So after that month, they drive me out from Valle Grande to the Combinado del Este. They put me in the worst building from the prison. It's the building number 1 in the 2nd floor. And inside the Combinado, in each cells, they leave 10 prisoners per cell. And in mine, I bumped into only 4 prisoners. I could realize they are spies to inform them all what I said. So I didn't trust any one of them. I was living with them. Whenever we had to have lunch, to have breakfast, to have dinner, we were the first cell to a side of the rest of the prisoners. I don't know why they used to do that. And at that time, outside, I didn't know what was happening outside. I had a chance to call my family in Valle Grande, and my name was being defended because my case was issued in Otaola program. He's an influencer, Otaola.
It's a big YouTuber.
Big YouTuber in the United States.
What?
Cuban-American YouTuber in the United States.
Oh, okay.
He has a lot, big public.
Big audience.
Big audience.
Okay,
So I had a hope. Wow, thanks God, my people is defending my cause.
So this was the moment when you became the symbol of the potential revolution.
Exactly, and that gave me force. Gave me strength. Yeah, I strengthened more to survive. I remember when I was in Valle Grande, they sent a guy to a troublemaker.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I was trying to avoid him because I know what they want. They wanted me to hit that guy and accuse me with other several crimes. They wanted me to get worse because they were the communists were making believe I'm a terrorist.
Okay.
I'm not an artist.
Okay. But what happened to your foot, man?
My foot?
What happened to your foot?
Yes, yes. When I was in Combinado del Este, with my foot infested, I started feeling fever.
Oh fuck. Okay.
I didn't know what was the cause. So I used to see the partners, the prisoners' partners, mine who live with me in the cell. They used to shower with the water cold because it was in winter. So when they finished, they were on topless, and I asked myself why I have this blanket upon me, and why I'm feeling too much cold than them. So I didn't know why. I had fever. I hardly feel my head. When I used to touch my head, I couldn't feel my head. What happened? So I first saw fever, weak, very weak. Thanks God, the prisoners informed to the captain, and that captain took me to the hospital of prisoners inside the prison, and I was escorted with many officials of high ranks with stars. Many stars. I felt like Chapo Guzman or Pablo Escobar because they were escorting me, and I was into a chair, wheeling chair.
Wheelchair,
no?
Wheelchair, yeah.
With pajama, it was the right attention what a prisoner deserves. Because the prisoner inside, they don't receive that treatment.
Okay.
What they really deserve as human. So I received that treatment because of, my name was making a noise in the war.
You became famous.
Yeah.
You became famous, so they had to treat your wounds.
Exactly. So they didn't know what was the cause of my fever. So when they drive me to the hospital, they laid me down in the La Camilla.
Stretcher.
Stretcher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they started checking me. They discovered my foot, my infested foot. So I remember the doctor said, "Okay, we will treat you with an antibiotic." I don't remember the name of that antibiotic. And I was isolated,
yeah.
into a cell, being treated by the doctor and the nurse, but with no TV, nothing. It's a kind of torture.
Okay.
Because I was being treated, but both torture.
At the same time,
At
you
the
were
same
isolated.
time.
You were alone.
Alone, yeah. It's like a
with no contact to outside the world whatsoever.
And no calling. I was missing.
Yeah.
So I was 2 weeks alone, isolated into that cell, and the press, the platforms, everyone in the war, they were worried. My family, especially my family. So when I get better, they released me from that cell. I newly was together those 4 guys into the cell, into the company. They didn't allow me to call for 2 weeks.
2 more weeks.
2 more weeks.
Okay.
I remember those officials said to the prisoners, "Beware with that guy. He's very dangerous. He's very dangerous. He's a terrorist." Because all prisoners were watching the news about me, the Cuban news, the lie news, the bullshit news. But nobody believed the regime because everyone know that's manipulated news. And so inside the prison, too much hunger, like I was saying about that, too much hunger. You can't trust anybody. You can't trust anybody because all who approach to you is to draw information about your purpose and inform the police, and you can't trust anybody. So I was 6 months inside the penal, and they drive me to the Punto Cero camp.
Okay.
I hadn't any communication. I was still without being speaking with my family. And then they used to visit me. The secret police used to visit me once in a while, seemingly to know how I am, seemingly. But the purpose of them was I have to be quiet when I get out of prison because I'm sanctioned a bit long, and that's why I must be quiet. Otherwise, the next time won't be 8 months. Will be more than 8 months. Will be from 20 to 30 years of sanction. They wanted to say my family. They wanted me to say my family, to silence my name.
Okay.
And I said, I won't do that because if you have right to defend your socialism, I have right to defend my freedom, to defend my cause because I'm here unjustly. Okay, so. I remember when I was about to be released, they take me out from the prison and say, "You won't go to your home now. We will drive you out from the prison, but in condition of prisoner. This is your freedom. This paper is your freedom. You won't sign yet. We will drive you to a place." Okay. And that was in July 11, the same day of the manifestation.
Demonstration, yeah.
I was asking myself what's happening. I don't know. And I didn't know what was happening outside.
Oh, okay.
So they drive me to a car. They drive me into a car, civilian car, modern car. Outside was waiting for me a guy with a shirt very chic, like mafia. And they put me into the car and drive me very far away from Guanabacoa city, because the prison combinado is in Guanabacoa. And they drive me out very far away. I didn't know where they would drive me because they squat my head down.
Okay.
The trip lasted 1 hour and a half. It was torture. That's
like that.
That's
another
torture,
torture, yeah.
Another torture. I was caught by a couple of guys too. And when we arrived there, okay, I got my head up, and I see the sea. Oh, I say, wait, what the hell I am? When we get out from the car, they put me to a hostel, rent house for foreigners.
Hostel?
Yeah, hostel.
Okay.
They put me in the living room with a plasma screen.
Okay.
A screen TV. Screen Smart TV. and I was seeing in Telesur demonstration on the streets with the people outside. I couldn't understand what was happening. So I realized that was a reason why they decided to retain me and not release completely to my house. Next day, they drive me to my house and gave me the paper to sign my freedom. Okay. And when I received my family very happy. You know, we celebrate together. But we were watching the real news on the TV from the exile. We were watching the Telemundo channel, and we see the people. We see the people, the Cuban people outside protesting, and I said, oh, that's why they had me into that rent house.
How many people protested? How big was the protests?
Very big. This is the biggest demonstration in Cuban history, probably.
The biggest demonstration in the Cuban history.
Yeah.
Millions of people then, huh?
Yeah, I think that it's impossible to count. Because it was like a flame, you know.
Yeah. Tens of thousands, perhaps.
Start in a small town in Havana, San Antonio, and very quickly start to grow up in the all around the
like a chain
country.
reaction.
It was a chain reaction.
It was a chain. It was a chain. At the moment that some people start to see the news on phone through Facebook, because they start to using the Facebook Live. This is happening in San Antonio, but wait, it's happened also in Havana, in Matanza, and all people around the world start to go out on the street. So I think that it's impossible to know how many people go to the street, but I think that it's more than it's millions.
Millions.
It means million people.
Yeah, it's important just for people to understand how big this was.
Because
you have to understand, nobody has ever heard of this. You know.
Yeah.
The first time I heard of this was when I met Nikola. That's it.
Yes,
knew absolutely nothing, zero information.
He speak about his history, you know, but it's important that when he was receiving his treatment, his punishment, and we start to claim for his freedom, people from United States, people from... When we talk about people from United States, it's very important that you understand that it's Cuban people that live in the United States. It's a diaspora of Cuba.
Yeah.
You know, Cubans that they are in the United States, some of them because they want to be there, but some of them that he was suggested by, forced to leave Cuba and be there. So at the moment that he received his punishment, we don't know nothing about Denis. Where is Denis? Because
he was officially missing.
Officially missing because
from your point of view, he was missing. You had no idea what was happening to him.
San Isidro take the decision to start a hunger strike in order to gain the release of Denis, but start with a few member, with the member of movement of San Isidro, but all of them 8, I think, have phones on hand, and every 20 minutes make a Facebook Live. We are here, we are in San Isidro, and all people know that San Isidro was open to the people, like he said before. It's a house, it's the Luis Manuel house, but it's the house of the people. You can go inside, sit down on the living room, watch TV, or go to the fridge and take water or take whatever you want, because he doing this for this reason, to give the people the opportunity to feel
free.
Yeah, it's like we call the San Isidro place the first
free territory
of Cuba. Because you can go there and do it whatever you want. You can ride the wall. You can do whatever you want.
Exactly.
You can express yourself.
Even they used to leave their doors open, wide open.
Yes, even for the secret police.
No robbery, nothing, because the door was protected by the same hood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes when the secret police go there, Luis Manuel say, if you want to talk, you can come inside. You are free to come inside. But we are filming because this is our territory, you know.
Yeah.
And for this reason, for my side, I take the decision to go to the street in order to protest.
Mm-hmm.
Not like Umpaku, but like a people, like a normal people. Ask for his freedom, and our topic was all we are San Isidro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you were the generator of the biggest protest in the history of Cuba.
I think that he was the most important point.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Because Umpaku becomes San Isidro.
Yeah.
Movimiento Cristiano becomes San Isidro. In order to take only one.
Yeah.
Goal,
so you were the breaking point. You were the boiling point.
But
his imprisonment was the boiling.
It's his fault.
He doesn't know about that, you know, because he was separate, he was isolated.
But at the time you had no idea.
By the way, that's why my hood used to point me as a crazy guy, because I always used to protest against the police. I used to mock at them.
Yeah.
Because I didn't care what for example, they used to ask my ID, and I have, do you want my ID? Or I don't belong to this society.
Yeah.
What do you say? No, down Fidel, down revolution, and down yourself, because you're serving to a fucking mafia.
But for all of them, we are crazy people, you know. I remember that one time when I was involved in one interrogatory with 5 police. I was in the middle, they was surround me, and one of them was speaking with another, and he say, this man is crazy. And the other say, yes, he's crazy, but he's a dangerous crazy.
Oh, okay.
So it's not a common crazy.
Yeah.
You must to be into account. So in this moment, I understand what is happening with us. We are not totally crazy, you know. Probably the people surround us think that we are crazy, but
because we don't follow the common sense.
Yes, but some of them think different.
Yeah.
You know, dangerous. Yes, we are dangerous crazy because we are trying to fight with a government that have everything to destroy us. For this reason, we are crazy people, but we becoming dangerous at the moment that we start to change something in the head of the other people.
Okay.
You know, San Isidro was integrated only for artists, but in 2 days when they start to make a hunger strike, they keep open the street, but some people, normal people, go inside the house in order to join to the hunger strike, you know, and we start to see all of this during his Facebook Live. One teacher come from university and join. Another guy that he don't want to pass the military service go inside in order to
join the strike too.
And they start to, and they say, wait, something happened here.
Yeah. It's
a small house, but it becomes crazy. And they take the decision to close the street and don't let out and in anybody. Yeah. But it's the most important that the hunger strike was doing inside the house. They was transmitting every 5 minutes, 20 minutes.
So they were the catalyst of the movement.
It was crazy. You know, I cannot imagine. And at the same time, the artists that don't let go inside the house, they decide to go directly to the Minister of Culture in order to protest also, to support San Isidro and to ask the freedom of Denis. And it not was 10 people. It was around...
I calculate 400
people.
Which is a big number
all
for us.
All artists, actors, singers, important...
artists, yes.
Important actors for movie films was there, you know, asking for freedom, asking for talk with the minister in order to solve the problem. So it was like, you know, it was a movement that we doesn't see in years. So we start to see something is happening in the society of Cuba. First, Corona, that killed too much people, too much families dissolved during Corona, because yes, died about, I don't know, more than 10,000 people, but at this point we don't have, during Corona, we don't have oxygen on hospitals, we don't have antibiotics, we don't have nothing. So more than 60%, I think, that the people died, they died because they don't want assistance.
There was not even oxygen.
In good assistance, you know. They put inside the bed and try to survive for yourself. Only the strong.
Yeah.
And this was one of the most important things also that was increasing. And when we look, San Isidro movement start to fight for human rights, not for his rights. They don't was asking for food for them. They was asking just for freedom, for all of us.
Yeah.
Why don't go there? You know, and I think that it was the beginning until the 11th of July, you know, the day.
Yeah.
I don't live. I was outside.
Yeah.
Just
you went to Moscow then.
Yes, I remember the news. For us, it was incredible. You know, it was the same day that my wife's birthday. It was incredible because we cannot leave the phone, because every 5 minutes something appear. Look, they are doing this. They kill these people. They take Ferrer, and it was very emotional, you know, to see the people, the normal people, asking for freedom on the street, and at the same time, look the other side of the people that they are managed for the government, trying to retain this wave, because it was a massive wave, you know. It was incredible for us. I think that it's going to be in the for the history.
Until the next one.
Until the next one.
Sorry
to going to be soon.
Yes. Sorry to rewind the cassette. I remember when I was in the preventive detention, Cien y Aldabo, the place of the tight cells. Okay. I remember when they removed me to Villa Marista preventive system to belongs to the secret police. It's more there is more hygiene, no, because there's high rank.
Better conditions.
Yeah.
It's a general square.
It's like a hotel for prisoners. Okay, I am to be realistic. I remember at 7 p.m. they drive me into a modern car, okay, to Villa Marista. In the same time of the hunger strike, when my membership decided to make a hunger strike by my freedom. So the purpose of them to drive me there was to compel me, call my group, and say them to quit the hunger strike.
Okay.
And I said, no way, because I respect their decision. If they decide to make a hunger strike for my freedom, you must respect that. I won't do that. I won't call them. Okay? If you want to call them, do it yourself. Me, I won't do that, because if they are suffering hunger strike for my freedom, it's because of one reason, very big reason. It's because I am unjustly in prison with no reason. Okay, so one of them told me, okay, if you won't call him, you won't call them. Okay, we will make some strategies in force to stop them, because that's because of your fault, my fault. Yes, because of your fault. Okay. And that strategy was the doctors, the fake doctors, entered to the temple and destroyed the hunger strike. That was the step in force.
Okay.
They were talking about. You can see the videos. And into that house, when they got me out from the prison, into that house, they threatened me to leave the country when I be released from the prison. They were threatening me. And the purpose of the July manifestation, I think the beginning of the demonstration, it was created by them.
Created by them, you say?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
You don't think so?
But
It's
how
impossible.
did
It's possible that you create something that can destroy you? No,
but how did
it was spontaneous.
Yeah, but how did the demonstrations ended? Raul wasn't overthrown. He's still pretty much in power.
Because we have they have the desire to release Cuba.
Yeah.
But at this point, they was not organized.
It wasn't organized. It was a
Organized.
spontaneous
For
protest.
example, Ferrer, if one, sorry for talk too much about him, but is one of the most important person. At the time that he take the decision to go out on the street, this demonstration was 7 hours before, start 7 hours before, because nobody knows what is happening here. Yes, some people say it's provoked for the same secret police, but how you can do it something that probably can destroy you?
He's the one
At the same time.
missing. Nobody knows what is going on with him.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the one missing for 27 days,
for
right?
27 days.
Yes.
Today.
Yes.
Today is the 27 days. He take the decision to go to the street and he don't walk more than 400 meters
Yeah.
because he was surrendered. He was
Kidnapped.
with his son at this time, and he was kidnapped.
Yeah.
And he was missing at this time for two months.
It was not the only case.
It's not the only. But it's something happened because, I think that somebody take the decision to go to the street in order to release his anger or he'll release his stress. And it was a massive release, because in Havana, when you see the videos, you see different type of people, You can see doctors, you can see young people,
you said
teenagers, old people,
Everybody.
all the society
I remember.
together.
Yeah.
So I think that you cannot control this.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you can manage in some part of the country is in a small place that you can manage everything. You can film how you can do it, how you can avoid this kind of manifestation. But at the moment that it's happened in all around the country, it's impossible.
It was just my speculation.
Yeah, you have freedom.
But I want to know how. But how
It's your point.
So how did you?
You're right.
When were you released, and how did you end up here? What happened after the 11th of July?
Yes, in July 12th, I was home, but outside my home, everything was controlled. But no police, no patrols, nothing. There's the same people from the hood. They were informing about my emotions, my movements.
Okay.
Okay. So the maximum control, it was that camera in front of my house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember the camera of the from the hostel.
Yes, from the hostel.
Yeah.
So I understood I had no life in my country because I was removed from a prison to another prison. So my own house became another prison. I couldn't leave my house. I couldn't go out, not even to hang around or whatever. I had to be quiet home without leaving because I was afraid of any delinquent might attack me because they send delinquents to attack you, and they released delinquents from my hood of conditional freedom to watch me. Delinquents, I know those delinquents because they are from my hood, and they were lost in years in prison, and they were suddenly both of them were released.
Yeah.
In order to observe me, because all of them used to pass around my house and watching me, and I could understand they were fulfilling a purpose.
Yeah.
It was because of me, so I could understand to leave the country because I had no life.
So how did you leave?
So thanks to the help of a small group from the exile, they made some money to pay to buy my ticket of my flight, but I wasn't. I didn't know where to go because the U.S. embassy was closed.
Okay.
Because of COVID.
Yeah, because of COVID. Yeah.
Yes, and no choice to leave Cuba, and nowadays, no free country, nothing of free visa country for Cubans nowadays because many free visa countries have closed for Cubans because of Cubans. When they leave the country, is to stay definitely.
Yeah.
And the other choice was the Caribbean islands, but I started exploring those islands, and I could see those islands. They weren't becoming for me because expensive life, you know. So I saw as one choice. The only choice was Serbia.
Okay. What did you know about Serbia before coming here?
So I started.
Have you even heard of Serbia before?
Yeah. I started checking on YouTube about Belgrade, and I could see the beautiful city. Wow, Belgrade! Wow, it's free. I couldn't believe this beautiful country is free visa for Cubans. So I was impressed. Wow. It's good city, good Belgrade, good city. So I moved to Novi Sad on YouTube as well. Wow, the second city of the country, beautiful. Okay, I rather Novi Sad. I chose Novi Sad to live. So I let know to my friends from the outside to book a ticket to Serbia for me and 2 members of my family, my 2 cousin girls, because they suffered persecution by my cause. They used to live with me. We used to live together in the same house.
Okay.
And my situation spattered to the rest of my family. That's why I decided to take them with me to this country. in November 27 or 2021, we fly to Serbia, a connection with Moscow and Serbia. The security of state, they drove us into their own cars. We were escorted by them service to the airport, to Baradero, Juan Alberto Gomez Airport. And I didn't know a photographer was taking pictures to us and to publish in the Cuban news. Denis went away from the country. And Osvaldo, the agent, because they have fake names. He took us to the room of waiting in the airport until we take the airplane. We were escorted by them until we take the airplane. So once we got the plane, they went away because their purpose was we got the plane and to ensure I won't come back anymore to Cuba. By the way, I'm to a blacklist.
You're blacklisted in Cuba?
Yeah.
All of us.
Blacklist.
All of you are blacklisted.
Yeah. The day that we leave Cuba, for example, I leave Cuba from the April of my city. And we was also escorted by the secret police. I rent my own car with one driver, but in front and back of us go two car of them. And at the moment that we reach the airport, we take us with all our luggage inside a room. They start to check everything because in the program that we made with Ferrer, all time we put voice records.
Okay.
Because sometimes when they talk me to the police station, I put one phone inside my pants, and I start to record everything. And I have around 75 voice recorders of all of them.
Okay.
In this kind of situation, during interrogation, and at the time that they start to listen this in the program of Ferrer, they try to reach all these recorder, and they never do it.
Yeah.
And the day that we take on the airport inside the rooms, they start to check all our luggage, piece by piece, all inside with some equipment that they use. And at the moment of the check-in, when we pass for the X-ray, they move us also inside one room, and they order us to undress everything, totally naked. And for our son, the same day of his birthdays, they bring one doctor, girl. She take out in front of us all his clothes and check everything.
Your son?
My
7-year-old son?
7 years old. Each part of his body.
They strip search your son?
Yeah. Trying to find some memory card or something like that, So
does your son have a psychiatrist or a therapist now?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm guessing this is
right now
very
we are involved
experience.
in the psychological treatment.
He's going through psychological treatment.
I remember the day that I was talking with Nikola, and he told me, "Man, you need to go to receive psychological treatment." And I say, "Wait, I'm not crazy, I don't feel like that." I say, "Look, this is not a psychiatric. It's a person that you can talk with him, whatever you want, but you need to go, even your son,
Yeah.
Because when we was in this problem in Cuba, all time we tried to keep our son outside, at the moment that they start to ride on our wall, they start to throw the stones and everything. We keep our son inside the room. We put on the TV, the cartoon movies, and we hide the volume of the television. So we was thinking that he was inside like a
bubble,
but it was like that, because I remember 11th of July when we start to see the videos. I remember that he go to me and he say, "This is bad people, eh? The police is bad people. They are killing the Cuban people. They are the same person that throw the stones, right the walls." And we say, "What the fuck? What you know about?" He knows everything about that. You know,
children are not stupid, man.
They're not.
And right now, for example, we live in Semun-Polye, in a private home. It's an amazing place, beautiful. He have a big backyard, but all time he want to keep inside the house.
Yeah,
you know,
he doesn't want to go out
because he's still
afraid.
He's still afraid. And I say him, "Let's go to take a walk, to know the street." And he say, "Okay, but I go with you, but we come back quickly, okay?" He look at me seriously and he say, "We come back quickly." And we can stay walking for 5 minutes. And he told me, "Go back, please." And it's for this reason.
He's 7 years old, man.
7. He cannot see the police, man. One day come to our house, or one of police member of the immigration police, they need to check if you are living there and everything. His face changed completely, you know. His lips come white color. Start to
shake.
Yeah.
He has PTSD, man.
And yes, and we say, "Look, this is a big," because it was a big police, a very big one. And I say, "Look, this is a big man, but this is a good police, you know." And the police understand the situation, sit down between him, and start to talk with him, you know. And sometimes he tried to give, you know, sensitive of quiet. And he say to me, "Dad, they are totally different. Police from here is totally different from Cuba, because in one of the chapter of our life, I remember that I was taking a shower with him. Sometimes we go together, and it was the day that they go to take me with 7 cars. They use 4 patrol, 4 police car, 2 of Lada. They use for secret police, and 2 trucks that they have inside several chairs with special. It's like a SEALs. I don't know how to say, but they
like
are
special forces.
It's like a special forces, you
special
know?
units, yeah.
So they use 7 cars, around 50 people, just for go to my house to take me, and I was inside the
shower with your son.
with our son, with my son, and he take me from inside the shower, totally naked, and they ordered me to put your pants, put one short, without a teacher, without nothing. I say, "Look, if you go to take me to the police, let me put the teacher as well, you know." He say, "Quickly," and he was looking everything. So I cannot imagine for I am his father, but you know, he have his own manner of thinking. It's a boy, you know.
Yeah.
It's difficult to express. Yes. For this reason, I say to everybody, Cuba is a paradise. Yes, because I love my country. I know which kind of country I have. Amazing weather, amazing views. It's
amazing
a paradise.
Beaches. Amazing beaches.
Even for us. Yeah. But also have a dictatorship that put on jail the person that think different, and don't put on jail only. They can kill you if you become dangerous man.
Like Osvaldo Paya.
Like Osvaldo Paya, one of the most important team leaders of the opposition in Cuba. He died in the car accident, and nothing happened. And it was caused because of them. They induced this car accident.
Yeah.
So they can remove you. Right now, they have the choice to put on you in any part of the planet. Okay, you are disappointed of me. I go to put on the plane, send you to United States, to Russia, to Serbia, to Germany. But at the moment that I put on the plane, I put also on the blacklist.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, it's nothing for us. It's very quickly. And why the United Nations don't see this? What they are putting out of your country, okay, because they don't give you money, they don't give you nothing. They take all your property, like 1960, and they throw you out of the country, and try to solve your problem for yourself. Right now we are asking for asylum, but okay, we have this opportunity, but if we cannot take this opportunity, what we can do it?
I've been lucky.
Survive.
Survive, yeah. Fernando?
I have to, I feel in debt. I feel in debt with many partners mine. Starting from my movement, my two members from my movement, Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara, Michael Osobo, they were sentenced a few days ago. Luis Manuel Otero was sentenced
5 years.
5 years, and Michael Osobo 9 years.
7.
7.
It was 7 years.
7 years. Okay, they are accused. For example, Luis Manuel Otero is sanctioned to offend the signboards. Our signboards.
There were several crimes.
Yeah, several crimes. They usually devise false, fake crimes to involve you as a common prisoner.
Yeah, they make all this, but in the end, the crime that Luis Manuel and Michael commit was Michael to write the lyrics of a song and sing it, Patria Vida, and Luis Manuel to make a performance with the flag, Cuban flag. That's the real crime. The real crime is that people love them, that people acknowledge their effort, that people defend the right then to speak what they mind. That's the real crime. To exist, that's the crime.
Yeah.
For the regime, it's a crime. And Luis Roble, I knew inside the prison about that guy. Is full of conviction. He demonstrated in the Boulevard San Rafael with a big culture, claiming claiming for the Cuba, for or political prisoners, and my name, Denis, free Denis, and that's why he's now in jail too, for 6 years. He's very hit mentally because of tortures, and officials stripped him and made him to walk naked in the middle of the aisle in front of prisoners. And that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
We don't have much time. We have about 25 minutes, maybe half an hour, and I would like to cover your story too. So there is a lot of things to be covered in this story, but I think the most important part is to tell your story now, Fernando, and to conclude somehow all of this before publishing. So Fernando, how did you get involved with all of this?
Well, I come from a family in which we never believed that revolution had any sense. We knew that something was terribly wrong, in our reality, but we didn't talk about that. Everything was in silence.
Mm-hmm.
So I just was really nihilist. Live my life, graduated from school, get out of the country. There's no future here. I was not aiming to involve in anything, but you know, we have sometimes an inner justice feeling that pulls us like butterflies to light or to sunflowers. So this was my case. I have this feeling to do something else for my society, more beyond this perfect line of graduating and going away. So I started preparing myself a lot. Start reading, start investigating. I started law, but I suspected about the education I was receiving. So at the same time, I was studying more or less for that. I learned how the system worked, how rotted it was, and how on purpose was everything. And at the same time, I started learning about this mysterious myth and legends, urban legends about people doing things, disappearing. One of the most important to me was Demongeles. Demongeles was a group of artists. Was like the previous San Isidro, and how they played with art and artivism, and how they were dismantled, dispatched, destroyed, and all the rest people just sent to the exile. But I learned with those stories, how the security work, how they did things. So I got really priorities in my life, but I understand what if I just make one step, close the danger, I will enter in some point to the radar of the security of the state or the system of surveillance, and that will be my only bullet. So I got to be really careful when to drop it. So I start playing with danger. I opened a group with some friends in the university to try to think how to change the society. There was a time of the Obama opening, so we had some expectations that in the end, this reformist idea that the revolution was selling would end up like having like more or less, suitable country, a little bit less crop that we had. Mm-hmm. But eventually I realized that this was not going to end well. I moved with this group and we did a lot of things, social activists, mostly cultural activists, but trying to look where to go. But at some point we split. And some wanted to make this step, the political step, to declare the same, like they were a political movement. I said no, because we were with a lot of people who were not know about our real intentions. We were not God. I was opposed. We're not going to commit people who's not in this because it's going to destroy their lives, and this is not fair. So I said, okay, we're split, and I'm going to wait my time. At the time, I was working for the Ministry of Foreign Commerce, and I had the option to enter into a course. Actually, they put me into a course, which ended up with some exercise in the exterior of the country. So eventually, it will be my chance to go out and to stay outside. But I just kicked myself out of that course. Said, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get out of the country when they want. I'm not going to play this stupidity. I want to play my life here and to see how this game goes. So I started to prepare myself. And I had to contain myself. 2020 changed everything because pandemics entered. I had to be in lockdown much more time, so I had more access to social media. I was following everything. And first started this problem with the 370 decree, an application to enforce and to criminalize every journalist. So I started writing things. I already was writing like spicy things against the government or the system stuff, but it started to be more direct using my knowledge of law. But then I was like pissing myself off because I have to resist all this rage that I got inside me. Then came Denis. I saw the detention. I saw everything in the social media. I was crazy nuts, but I got to hold on. I saw San Isidro. I was minute by minute following everything, feeling in connection because these young people represented my generation, represented the generation lost, that they didn't have any chance, that they wanted a different future. So I wasn't there. I saw the rest of the demonstrations in solidarity with the movement, with Denis Solis, and eventually I saw when the videos, when they shut the internet and the internet restored, how they had break inside San Isidro, how they have violently grasped and detained all the members of the hunger strike, and how this was so outrageous that the other day many people that I already know, many friends of me, of my girlfriend, went and demonstrate in front of the Ministry of Culture. And I just could not resist. I knew that if I went there, it will be the beginning of the end of the peace, because I will be entering the raid, but I just could not hold on and no longer. So I went there and I participated. I tried to not to be Fernando Almeida, that didn't matter, but I tried to help just moving, organizing, and also help write. Okay, to give the ideas to write these documents that they stated, the statements of this demonstration, the freedom for San Isidro members, the freedom for Denis, the freedom for everyone, and the right to be different, the right to be respected, right to have rights. Eventually we thought that it would be like something good to happen, because eventually, after a lot of pressure, a lot of fear, even we were surrounded by other security members on these brigades to repression, and they were like wolves waiting to jump into our necks, but the order was not given. And I saw the disappointment in their eyes. And I listened to the ministers said that there were going to be a dialogue. So one part of us and me was like, yay, we made it, finally. There's something's going to change. But the other part of me was really skeptical. And eventually, in public television, Denis Solis, the terrorist counter-revolutionary, and all these counter-revolutionaries that went there, they're all from CIA, and they're going to overthrow the revolution, they're traitors, they deserve jail. I said, okay, here we go again. They're going to hunt us one by one. The new movement was born from that, the 27N movement, but I didn't want to go on that. I was not ready, because if I went there, I was just going to be one more victim. I was not going to be able to do anything. And I didn't want to sell fried air. I wanted to actually do something. So I started to support them in shadows. So sometimes I give them some advice as to how to present to an interrogatory, how to say what their rights were, what their rights were not, what crime was, how they could defend.
Legal advices.
Legal advices. Reporting sometimes to Cuba Lex, which was really important, and to other organizations. Try to gather and supply aid. The last phone, I remember I delivered once a phone to Funky. I was part in the chain to deliver the phone, because they were out of phone, our thing. So I was cooperating in this and waiting to see what was going on. But I knew in the time they will get me. Eventually. It was a running against time. So I started to prepare myself. I started to give away everything that they could take me. So I went out away from my house. So I was living with my girlfriend, but in secrecy. I rented a different house so I could say that I was there. I get away from my friends. I start delivering on purpose fake information about my whereabouts, about my relationship, about my plans.
So you were covering your tracks, right?
I was covering all my tracks and preparing myself for, because eventually they will come. So eventually the summit came. I remember I watched my girlfriend said, they know me. They got on me. Flee the island now, because you are my only weakness. If they get you, they're the only thing they can use, because I am away from my family. I'm away from my sister and the family of my sister. I'm away from my friends. You're my only flaw, and they will use anything they got to blackmail me and to destroy me. So I went to the summit. I pretend in this interrogatory that I was not what they were looking for. They pretend to believe me. I pretend I didn't know they were not believing me. So I gave this idea that I'm not going to do nothing. I'm just too afraid to do something. So I went away. It all ended up. I knew I was under surveillance. That was confirmed. And I started to prepare myself, because, something in my blood said that something big was going to happen. None of the activists that were already public or were the figures or receiving all the punishment were going to be able to do anything. And if something happened, they would need help. They would need something else, someone outside to do something. So I said, I'm not going to make myself public yet. I'm going to hold up a little bit. It was a really hard time, but I even trained myself mentally and physically in order to sometimes even to fight if it was necessary. And eventually that day came. That day was the 11th July. I learned by social media. I was really shocked, but I just dressed myself like I'm going to the battle. I don't know what's going to happen, and this is the day in which I'm going to give it all. That day could happen anything. We could overthrow finally this dictatorship. I could go in prison. I could go beaten. So I went to the log and joined one of the part of the demonstrations in Havana, and I marched with other people. I was shouting, "Let's go to Malecon!" Really vindicated the Maleconazo that happened in '94. I put myself in the front line, pushing against the officials of the security and the paramilitary corps. I received a lot of punishments. I was trying to save people, screaming, trying to save people from the pepper gas, from all the detentions. It was a madness, chaos. I remember I felt like Jon Snow in the middle of this battle of the bastards. It was like that. You didn't know who was your ally, who was a foe, what's going to happen to you. You were like sometimes choking.
It was chaos.
It was chaotic, and so violence coming from them. But eventually, we managed to get to the revolution square, and that was the most traumatic part for me, because all the rage, all the violence, they throw cards on us, they throw stones, they hit us with sticks, they shot bullets, guns. They were massacre a population with children, kids, young people, elder women, and they were so defenseless. They were asking for peace, just to dialogue, just to let that be, and they were beating us like we were animals. It was like a hunt. It was not even a detention. It was a hunt. That's where I received that injury that broke my head. Technically, that saved me. That was
this scar you have.
This scar is from that day.
Okay.
I said that it was very stupid because I could run, but I just could not run and leave all these people just behind you. I just tried to make like some way to stop them. I also throw stones. No one hits me. I don't know how to play with balls. I did not know how to throw stones, but I just wanted to stop them from that massacre, to give a time for people to retreat. And at some point, people were retreating. I just could not look back. I just not going to turn back to what happened here. So eventually, it's stone break my head, and that saved me. Some people helped me to save my injury, to hide myself, and all the truth passed. There were more than 1,500 detentions that did all the country. People seize and throw back. I managed to get medical attention and hiding, get to a safe place. And I stayed there for a week. And during that week, I published my picture and published a really strong statement saying what I saw, condemning the dictatorship, condemning Díaz-Canel for this combat order that he gave to massacre all this population. And I decided I'm going public, but they're not gonna get me so easily.
Yeah.
Also, I was seeing how they were kidnapping everyone. They were breaking inside the houses in the night, grabbing people, kidnapping with violence, and there was a lot of people disappearing. A lot neighborhoods half empty. Kids taken from their houses, fathers taken from their kids. It was a madness, chaos. No one was responding to this. This was the combat order that Díaz-Canel gave. Massacre anyone who wants something different. It was a stupid and crazy idea. They rather destroy the people that listen to them.
Yeah.
So I continue on that. I continue my activism, but now publicly. I was publishing, I was cooperating with the organizations of human rights, reporting the crimes that were committed. And I was publishing stories. I published a story of how I live and what was happening during the 11th of July. And eventually, this initiative from the Archipelago.
Okay.
Junior Garcia got this crazy idea. I was trying to call the demonstration for the political prisoners. I know it was perhaps the best idea ever. Sounds good. To me, it was even skeptical, but I got to do something. If this was a way to keep on the light that was started with San Isidro, that continued into the 7th November, that continued with the 11th July, I will contribute somehow to keep the pressure so we can see somehow release the political prisoners. There were more than 1,000. It will be right. So I just tried. I knew I was going to be on the spot, but at just that point didn't care. I knew that facing that would represent that probably I could be regulated and not able to get out of the country. I knew that could end up in prison just like everybody else or beaten, but I had to do something because it was too much inside me. I play underground. I stay underground more than 125 days. Really crazy nuts. I had to give up everything. I was like a guerrilla in the cities. I was like a guerrilla with nothing, eating what I could, hiding, not even having sun. Eventually they got me. I got the summit. I got 2 interrogatories. I know their intentions, and I got on the radar again. I keep up fighting for this Archipelago demonstration. Eventually, it was not possible. it was not possible to make. There was a lot of fear, a lot of repression, a lot of people detained. Almost every one of us was locked down in their houses or with blockades. I was in a hotspot and they put a lot of surveillance there, and I couldn't manage to get out there or get inside. And the most blowing problem was that the leader just collapsed. Junior Garcia was the leader, just collapsed with all this weight that was on the top of him, all the threats of the security, all the threats on public television, and it ended up appearing in Spain 2 days after when the demonstration was supposed to happen. That was a big blow for us. I tried to keep on the group to put it in order, but it makes any sense in that point. So I just felt really disappointed from everything that so I kick out Archipelago and keep working on my own. I formally established a cooperation with prisoner defenders, which I currently cooperate still.
Okay.
So organization of human rights, and I was still trying to do some kind of activism, some trying to support people, but I knew that my last bullet was spent. The Archipelago was the last bullet that I was saving so many years since university.
Yeah.
So I only have from that point 2 options, because I was homeless, I was no money, no belongings, just a computer and a cell phone, no connection, no free connection. None of my friends I could just go to their house because they will be under surveillance and their life will be destroyed. But I didn't want it to stop. So I just put myself into one of 2 options. Keep on and deliver myself to be in prison and be one of more of the political prisoners, or just to flee the island, probably forever, or try to flee the island and keep doing something useful. Try to be someone who do something at least useful. So I said, okay, I can be the activist or the lawyer. I choose the lawyer because also my girlfriend was almost psychological break after all the repression that she saw, all the tension that she had. I was in this hot spot and she was like crazy nuts. So I just played my card. I tried to go to Spain by the visa of humanitarian visa. It was rejected. And I know it was rejected because they have like a covenant, like a treaty with the security state. So if the security state says, no, you're not going to get out. You're not going to receive the visa. And they say no because I never talked to them to get out of the island. I never talked to them. They were all the time calling me by private numbers. So I just hang out. I never said a word. I was not going to negotiate with them anything. So they had 2 options. When they saw me appear in the airport, they could retain me there and get me inside the island. And if they have studied my psychology, they knew that I was going to do something really crazy. Okay. Actually, they retained me, and my ideas were, okay, if they don't let me go out, I'm going to kill myself, and I'm going to hang out myself. I'm going to put a portrait. This is your fault, Diaz-Canel, or just going to blaze myself because I have nothing, absolutely nothing else to lose because I have lost everything that I could have. So this was the option. And then eventually they let me get out. There was no time for the officers of the security state to arrive, something which I feel really proud. I was like laughing in their faces. I hope they suffer that humiliation because they didn't do the work as they should. And they're really good and they could do it. So I just turned out the flight and came here to Serbia.
But how did you pick Serbia?
Well, it was pretty easy.
It was the only plane.
There are 3 options. Going with the exodus through Nicaragua.
Okay.
I didn't have money, and my friends didn't have enough money to pay this dangerous traffic to Nicaragua. Okay. Also, probably Nicaragua would not accept me because a lot of people were dissidents.
Yeah.
Were stopped and said, you're not entering Nicaragua. Okay. So they had to, try to do something else, going to Salvador. So it was really chaotic. I said, no, I got no chance here. No money also. Second option, Russia. No, thank you. Thank you, but no, thank you. I know what they're going to do with me there. They're going to probably try to retain me. And the security state gives instruction. Probably they try to turn me back or to seize me.
Deport you back, yeah.
Deport me, trying to make my life miserable. So I have enough. So there's only one option. Let's go to Serbia.
Yeah.
Let's go to Serbia and let's see how it looks. And it didn't look too very good, no. So many people said, they're allies of the dictatorship. They're going to seize you. Don't call for asylum there. Try to flee from Serbia once you're there. But I arrived legally. So I said, okay, I'm not going to do any illegal things here. It's not like I'm a criminal. Let's try to do whatever I can. Let's try to survive. Let's try to see how I can do work and how I can continue supporting the Cuban cause. And by chance, someone said, you should try to do the political asylum. I was from Infda Park, and they recommend me and talked to Nikola, and then Nikola met me, and that's how I got here. But that's what I said when I talked to Denis Solis the first time. He said, "This is all because of you. Also because of you, Omar. if you don't have been in this line spot, I wouldn't have the enough rage and inspiration to perhaps do half of the things I wanted, and the tip of my heart. That it started everything."
Yeah, and this is the first time you actually physically sat together.
Coincided 3.
Yeah, but how did you meet Nikola?
Yes, I met Nikola by Omar.
Okay.
He called me, asking me to state by him. He was defending my cause in Cuba, and Nikola wanted to know his testimony to apply for asylum. So I said, Omar, why not? You fought by me. You fought by me.
Yeah.
You fought. You claim my freedom. Why I can't to be your witness? Because Nikola wanted him to ask me to be his witness.
Okay.
To apply for asylum. And I say, of course. I will connect Nikola, and I will explain to him about your case. So he gave me his contact, and I could know about Nikola, one of the best lawyers, notorious lawyer from Europe.
We're gonna pass. So Nicola's gonna listen to this conversation, but I'm guessing he knows everything. Now you're here in Belgrade. You live in Novi Sad, right? So what do you do now here? What do you do for a living?
Well, right now I'm waiting for my work permit. Yeah. Even my wife. We are waiting for the work permit in order to take a job, normal job. The meantime, we need to wait, of course. It's like a step by step.
Yeah.
He always say that. And also, I want to try to recover all my certificate.
Okay.
I know that it's going to be difficult, but we want to try because we are here.
Yeah.
Yes.
All was difficult, and we are here. We are still fighting. So probably if I can take my certificate, probably I can take a job on the river. I don't know, but I will try. Yeah. Even my wife is she works with nails and everything.
Okay. Yeah.
And
manicure, pedicure.
Yes, manicure.
Yeah.
And we need to wait for a work permit.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for sure we want to stay here.
You want to stay here?
Yes. Some people say you are crazy, but no. Serbia give us the opportunity, to be free, to feel us like a normal person, and I'm going to take the risk, you know.
Yeah.
Why not?
I'm living here too, so
it's worthy. For me, it will be worthy to tattoo my flag here in my left hand, and the other one is Serbia here.
It will be fair.
Once the country will open its door for me.
Yeah.
Huh?
We have.
That's why.
Some people say we have this very strange history. You know, why Serbia? I say, why not?
Yeah.
Why not Serbia?
What is cover Serbia?
Even if you go to Germany, it's going to be difficult also. Because you must start again. If you go to Switzerland, it's going to be difficult also. Yes, you can earn more money and everything, but it's going to be difficult at the beginning. And the most important is you need to fight for your dreams.
Yeah.
If you put your goals in order.
But as far as I know, the first thing, you need to be accepted. What you're gonna do with all that money if you're not accepted in the society where you're living in, you know?
Well,
what do you do?
Well, I'm still cooperating with NGOs, and time to time I write some articles, some pennies came to my hand to help my girlfriend, which is actually was trying to sustain the rent in which we are, which is really inexpensive. Okay, I think that when I arrived here, like Serbians adopted me somehow. We're all being adopted, which is really nice, you know, because I didn't have these expectations that Serbia will be like a parallel Cuba universe with no seas and who speaks in Srpski. But there's Cuba without communism. It's Cuba capitalist, but it's almost Cuba.
And with 4 seasons, you know.
Yeah, with the 4 seasons. and
not only summer.
And still, instead of rum, they drink rakia. Instead of criollo, well, they have their own Creole cigarettes and brandies. But it's really strange to me because we don't have not even the slightest common history, but or cultural backgrounds. But it feels so alike and so brotherhood with Serbians. And the message is that if I had to choose, I would choose again Serbia. And if I was not even struggling against the dictatorship, I wanted to come to visit the country or to establish, perhaps I would play Serbia because of that, because it's not the most developed country ever, but I like the spirit of their people.
Yeah.
That's what I feel in love with, this culture, this spirit of the people, and I feel like really good and safe. I hope everything ends up good, but nevertheless, the results are always going to defend the Serbians to the world, and I will help to spread a good image to all the Cubans. Say they're good people.
We need some of that.
All society have imperfection, you know.
Yeah.
Nothing is perfect on the life.
Yeah, that's true.
But
that's true.
The most important that you say, we feel. I'm talking for my family, you know. We feel comfortable here. Yeah. You know, we feel integrated in the society, in our neighbors. Okay, they look in the fancy house, they have a good life, but every Monday they say hi, they say good morning, how are you doing?
Yeah.
How is the life in Serbia? They ask every day, every 2 days. So you cannot see the people looking like a strange, you know, and it make me feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And besides, one of the most important point that I choose to stay here is because of food. We have amazing food, man.
Well, yeah, they have food, and also the food is good.
Yeah,
Two things.
You can buy
First
everything.
we have food, and the second thing
food is amazing, man.
We are too similar because Serbians love beers, no? We as Cuban we like drinking too much. Food.
Yeah, but don't challenge them. They drink they're too strong. They got meat in their body.
Of course, too much meat.
We're gonna go for a drink now and some beers if you're in the mood, and we're gonna share some other stories with the lunch. So we're gonna share some stories over the lunch, because we can talk about all of this for days. There's too many topics to cover. Unfortunately, we cannot do it all in this one episode, but I wanted to do my best to bring you all together and to, I don't know, at least tell the fragment of your story, because I think it's important. I think it's universal in a way, and touches all of us as humans above everything. And I wanted to spread, it was a big surprise for me to hear the information about Cuba that I had no idea what was going on, and I'm guessing I'm not the only one. So, I'm just trying to be like the channel to communicate this message to as bigger number of people as possible. And I wish you all the luck in the world. I hope that your fight is going to be fruitful, that all of this is going to end soon, that your family is going to be okay, that you are going to be okay and prosperous, and I don't know,
Balabuno.
Liberty for everyone, man.
But for sure, we want to say thank you for the opportunity. It's not very common that somebody invite you one place in order to speak about the reality of Cuba, and for us it was amazing.
You don't know how important this gesture is to us, because we just wanted the chance sometimes. Yeah, let's share our experience.
Let's hope that
and it's so nice.
For me, this moment was an historic honor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It means a lot coming from you. Thank you. Thank you. And, you know, you should all thank Nikola, because none of this would happen if it wasn't for him. So thanks, Nikola. He's sitting down in the corner. Down there in the corner.
The hidden hero.
Yeah. Not so much hidden.
For sure.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Thank you, everyone. And I'm going to put as much links as possible for all of those things we've been talking about, your music. If you can provide me some links and some relevant texts that people can read more about this, can search more about this. I'm guessing it's not that available, especially if it's majority of it in Spanish, but if something is in English or Spanish also, and we're gonna try and translate this as soon as possible. I don't know if we have enough time, but we'll try to make some subtitles for this, so as many people as possible can find about your story. Thank you again, and thank you for your fighting, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Pleasure.
Hmm.